Okay, the meeting's now live, Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councillor David Fuller, Chair of the Planning Committee, and I want to welcome you, every one of you here, to this virtual Planning Committee meeting this afternoon. We are meeting virtually in response to limitations placed on the governance by the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting is being broadcast to enable the press and public to view this meeting. The officer will present the application and read out any written deputations received and confirm the recommendations for debate. To facilitate this meeting, I've exercised my discretion in accordance with the Constitution and suspended Standing Orders number 41A, and I'm allowing debate of items before a formal motion is made to this committee. Members are reminded to keep their videos on and indicate if they need to leave the meeting, and members are requested to keep their microphones on and obviously when you're not talking to mute when you're not speaking. This is to limit obviously the amount of background noise. Officers are requested to turn their cameras on only when they are presenting the reports or answering any questions. Members who wish to speak in this debate should use the chat facility and simply write RTS, and obviously it means request to speak. Please do not use a chat facility for anything else. Officers will also use a chat function to advise me or yourselves if you need to provide any advice to this committee. If there are any technical difficulties or I need to take a confidential advice, we will endeavour to resolve this and, where necessary, have just a brief adjournment. I will now explain the running order for this meeting. Members will declare any interest first of all, receive an update on any planning matters, agree the minutes of the previous meeting, and then determine each planning item. For each item, the planning officer will make a presentation of the application. Following their presentation, the officer will then read out any written deputations submitted in accordance with the amended standing orders for deputations. Members will then be able to ask questions, and then they'll be able to make any comments and determine that application. So I would now like to invite members to introduce themselves. Can you please reply by stating your name and saying present, or whether you are attending here as a full-time member or you're here as a standing deputy for a full member. I will pause for a few seconds between each member. Those of you that are not able to confirm that they are present will be recorded as absent from this meeting. So I now call upon my Vice Chair, Councillor Judith Smythe. Councillor Smythe.
Councillor Judith Smythe, present, Chair.
Thank you. Call upon Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Is he with us at all? No? Okay, we'll come back to him in a second. Councillor Chris Atwell, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Chris Atwell, present.
Good afternoon, welcome. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here, present and correct.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Donna Jones, please.
Good afternoon, Chair. Councillor Donna Jones, full member of the Planning Committee. And also, I should just say that if there is some beeping whenever I'm talking throughout the afternoon, I'm really sorry. My home alarm it's just stopped, but it's going off intermittently, so I apologise about that. You will be able to hear it if it's going off when I'm talking.
Thank you very much. And Councillor, I'll now call upon Councillor Matthew Atkins, who's been waiting to join us. Welcome, Councillor. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Councillor Matt Atkins, I'm a full-time member of the Planning Committee. So
thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Terry Norton, and I'm also a full-time member of this committee.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please. No, not at the moment. Okay, we'll come back to her in a minute. Called upon Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Luke Stubbs, present, Chairman, and I am a main member of the committee.
Thank you very much. I called upon Councillor Claire Udy, but I understand that she sent her apologies. Is that correct? Somebody in Democratic Services could tell me that?
Yes, that's right, Chair.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Claire Udy sends her apology. She's not actually at this meeting. I'm going to call Councillor Lynn Stagg again to see if she's with us at the moment. Councillor Lynn Stagg? Okay, she might be trouble trying to get in, but if I'm sure we'll try and get hold of her in a minute. I'll ask for her in a second. I now I introduce the officers to confirm that they are present as follows. And I'm going to first of all ask Isa Akeldo, sorry, Head of Development Management. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councillor. I'm present. Thank you.
Welcome. Nick Lloyd Davis, who's the new neighbourhood team leader. Nick.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. I'm here and present.
Thank you very much. Jermaine Azabar, a Senior Planning Officer. Jermaine, would you like to introduce yourself?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, sorry. Yes,
say,
sorry. Yes.
I know she has this item, which we'll come to shortly. We're going to be deferring this application from consideration. So that's why Jermaine isn't here.
Okay, well, we'll just go through the thing. So she's not here at present. That's fine then. Summer Sharp, please, who's the planning officer. Summer.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm present.
Good afternoon, Summer. Matthew Gerard, who's the planning officer.
Good afternoon, Chair. Members, I am present.
Thank you very much. Ike DiMano, who's the planning officer. Is he here at all, Ike?
Good afternoon, Chairman. I'm
Lovely.
here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Juliet Gill, who's the planning legal advisor for us this afternoon. Juliet?
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm present. I wonder also if there may be some ward members present that wish to speak on some of the applications, so you will need to introduce those as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go back to them in a minute. Thank you very much. Jane De Niro is the local democracy officer.
Yes, Chair, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going back to what Juliet said about some other members that are here. Councillor Tom Wood. I can see you, Councillor Tom Wood. Would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, I'm Councillor Tom Wood. I'm just here for giving a deputation.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and welcome to this planning meeting. Any other councillors that I've forgotten or I can't see on my screen at all? No? Okay then. So I'm going to go back to Councillor Lynn Stagg to introduce herself. Is she here with us today? No. Okay, so I'll take it that at the moment she's not here. Okay then, so the first item on the agenda is apologies, which is I've received apologies from Councillor Claire Udy. I think everybody else here is present. Is that correct? Yep. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, that's right, Chair.
Thank you very much. So declarations of any interest, members. So this completes the attendance records. Now I'm going to move on to declarations of any interest. Do any members here have any declarations that they should like to make? Please state the type of interest and the nature of the interest. Right for reply. Luke Stubbs, Councillor Stubbs, did you ask for something?
Yes, on the interest. So development application number 3, Park House. You may note that I have called this application into committee. I did that on the basis of there was a previous application which was recommended for refusal, I think, and was allowed by the committee some while ago. And I was, therefore, the applicant, did speak to me about this. However, that was in a discussion about process, basically, and not about the merits of the application. So unless advised otherwise by Juliet Gill, I'm going to consider that not a declarable interest, but I wanted to make the committee, and just for the record, put it out there so everyone can understand the position.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That's taken note. Thank you very much. Any other declarations from members, please, before we move on? No? Okay now, so I'm now going to move on to item number 3, which is consider the minutes of the previous meetings. This recommendation is that the minutes be approved in the correct record of and signed by me myself, the chair. Do you have a proposer and a seconder for that, please, members?
Happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you. Proposal by Councillor Terry Norton. Can I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Seconded by Councillor Hunt. Thank you very much, members. So that has been proposed and seconded. So that is great. So there's no objections from that. So thank you very much for the minutes of previous meetings are therefore been approved. So now we move on to the next item for updates of any planning applications. Mr. Elk, do you have any updates for us? Ocaldo, sorry. Any updates from members at all?
Thanks, Chair. I do have some updates on some of the previous applications. Councillor, if it's okay with you, I'll start with the current, the ongoing planning enforcement inquiry. And this is with regards the 6 conjoined enforcement notice appeals that we had received and which we are defending at the Planning Inspectorate. The properties in question are 22 Paynes Road, 60 Cottage Grove, 23 Manners Road, 134 Francis Road, 278 Fawcett Road, and 78 Manners Road. The enforcement notices require the unauthorized use of the properties as HMO sui generis to cease. The inquiry is ongoing. We continue on the 25th and on the 2nd of March of this year. That concludes the aspect of the ongoing planning inquiries. With respect to the planning appeals that we've received 2 planning appeals against refusal decisions of the local planning authority, and this is with regards 225 Stubbington Avenue and flat 117 Villas Road in Portsmouth, and these are to do with dormers to these properties, which officers decided in their view that it would cause greater harm to the host property and to the surrounding area. So these are currently with the Planning Inspectorate for consideration. We then have received 1 decision from the Planning Inspectorate, and this is to do with property. So I just need to get the address. My apologies there. With 1 4th Avenue in Portsmouth, and it's with regards construction of 2-story front extension. The Inspectorate decided to side with the council and the view that the harm of the proposal to the character of the appearance of the existing property, the host property, and the surrounding area, it's significant, and has decided to dismiss the appeal. And that concludes my updates on previous planning applications, Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions or comments?
Beg your pardon. What was the address? Easy on the last one, the front 2-story front.
It's 1 4th Avenue.
1 4th Avenue.
1 4th Avenue, yes.
Up in the north. No. Got 2 4th Avenues. All right.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Any more questions, members, to our planning officer at the moment? No? Okay then. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate that. So we're going on to the first item, which is, well, you've said number 3 Paynes Road. We're deferring that. Is that correct?
No, Councillor. That would be the last item, which is 17 Melton Road.
Right. Okay. Sorry, I got that wrong then. So the first item then is number 3 Paynes Road. Is that correct? Yes. Just making sure my paperwork is there. And if that is the case, I'd like to ask the officer.
Chair, could we just take the last item first? So if there's anyone listening in, they can obviously disappear off if we're not considering it.
Sorry, I don't quite understand what you're asking, Juliet. Sorry for me not to do this one.
Could we take 17 Merton Road first, because that's the one that
Right.
officers are recommending deferral.
Right, I've just got to look through
Sorry.
my paperwork. That's okay. I'll find it in a minute. Is it the last one?
If it
17
helps,
yes, that's it. I've got it. Sorry,
if it helps, yeah, I'm
yeah.
happy to propose a deferral.
Okay, so shall I? Yeah, okay. So let me just do this first of all. So I've got number 17 Merton Road. Okay, that's the first application in front of us, Juliet. That's correct, isn't it? That's the one we're starting from.
I'm sorry, Councillor. It's number 17 Merton Road is the last item on the agenda. We just wanted to bring it to the front for members to defer a decision, a consideration and decision on it.
Yeah, so we're going to have a defer on that. Councillor Lee Hunt, sorry, I'm now with it. I'm now back to square one. Lee Hunt is proposing for a deferral and Councillor Judith Smythe is seconding that.
No.
No.
I want to ask a question. Is there any particular reason it's being deferred, Chair?
Good question. Could you answer that? Ian, is it Ian?
No, it's Nick. Nick.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah, just Chair, to say that it come to light that the description of the development is not correct in that it refers to the building as a dwelling house, but it is not simply a dwelling house. It comprises a ground floor flat and 10 bedsits, a sui generis HMO. So unfortunately, and recognising it is late, very late with this, the duration on this application, but we have to follow due process and we will need to reconsult before this can be determined. So we recommend deferral.
Okay,
that's fine. Thank you. It makes sense.
Thank you very much. So I've got a proposal from Councillor Lee Hunt to defer it. Councillor Terry Norton or Councillor Judith Smythe, do you want to second that then? Thank you very much. That's seconded. So thank you, members. So we're going to defer the last item, which is number 17 Merton Road, Southsea. We got there in the end. Thank you very much, members. So now, hopefully we got it right. I'm going to go on to the first application, or the second one now, is number 3 Paynes Road. So with the officer who's going to...
Chair, we haven't. The members need to vote on the deferral.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. Members, you've heard what's been proposed and seconded. Proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt, seconded by Councillor Judith Smythe to leave that one and to defer that. So, members, could you all please vote in the usual manner? Can I ask if anybody everybody, if anybody isn't happy with that, can they speak now rather than go through the names? Okay, so everybody's happy then, Juliet, if that's okay. Nobody wanting to speak, so I take it that everybody, you're happy with that? Thank you. Yeah. Okay, lovely. Need to do it right, I know. Okay, so that's fine then. So that's been deferred. So we're now going to move on to number 3 Paynes Road, please, to the officer who would like to present the application to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I'm just going to share my presentation now, so if you bear with me. Can everybody see my screen, just to start with? Lovely. Okay, so good afternoon. So to begin with, members' attention is drawn to supplementary matters. I'll just summarise the points in that. It's been brought to the officer's attention that there is an error within the committee report in respect of the bathroom sizes for the property. The first floor shower room is listed at 33.77 square metres. In actuality, it measures to 3.5 square metres. Additionally, the second floor bathroom is listed at 3.74 square metres and actually measures 3.54 square metres. As such, both shower rooms are marginally undersized by a maximum of 0.24 square metres. Given that the shower rooms would still be usable in their overall layout and that this is a minor underprovision of space, the officer's recommendation is unchanged and the property is still considered to provide an acceptable standard of accommodation for 7 individuals sharing. This application has been brought to committee due to a deputation request from the East St Thomas's Residents Forum. The application relates to the change of use from a Class C4 house in multiple occupation to a 7-person, 7-bedroom, sui generis larger house in multiple occupation. So the site seen here is a 2-story semi-detached dwelling with a ground floor bay window, separated from the road by a small front forecourt. The site is located on the northern side of Paynes Road, east from its junction with Summers Road. The main determining issues for this application relate to the principle of the development, the standard of accommodation, parking, waste, amenity impacts upon neighbouring residents, and the impact upon the Solent Special Protection Areas. You've got the location plan and the aerial view of the property there. You can see semi-detached with a separate rear side access. Above, you can see the HMO data held by the council in relation to the application site. It is noted that the area is already oversaturated with HMOs, with 52.5% of the properties within 50 metres within HMO use. This includes the 2 neighbouring properties, those to the rear, and the majority of those to the front. While this area is already imbalanced by HMOs, this proposal would not result in a change to the overall balance and only relates to the intensification of the existing use. As such, the change is considered to be supportable in principle, though a judgment must be made on the potential harm to amenity arising from the proposed additional bedrooms in accordance with the HMO SPD. Here you can see the existing floor plans for the property. No external alterations are proposed, and the development would only relate to the alterations towards the existing layout of the property in order to enable the creation of a 7th bedroom. The 7th bedroom in this instance will be the room to the rear, which is labelled as a study. Here you have the proposed floor plans. So you can see that the room previously labelled as a study would be converted into an additional bedroom. All of the proposed bedrooms would meet the minimum size standards requirements, and all would benefit from a good standard of light and outlook. As mentioned within the SMAT, the 2 bathrooms are marginally undersized, but are still considered to be usable and appropriate. In regards to the communal space provided, the property features a combined combined kitchen and dining room at ground floor level and a lounge at basement level. The ground floor communal space by itself would be under the required size standard for a combined living space by 5.56 square meters. Though with the addition of the basement space, it would be considered that the property would have an over provision of communal space as required by over provision of communal space over the requirements of the HMO SPD. Just to set it out, there are 2 ways that you can consider communal space, either separately or combined. And in this instance, it's a mix of both. As mentioned, if considered against the combined living space requirement of 34 square meters, then the basement lounge would likely be suitable to overcome the shortfall in the ground floor communal area. Additionally, or taken another way, if each room was taken individually, for example, requiring a lounge of 14 meters squared, a dining room of 14 meters squared, and a kitchen of 11 meters squared, then all 3 rooms would be above the required standard for a 7-person HMO. It is acknowledged that the basement is only served by a full-height glass window and features limited outlook. However, given the overall provision of space at ground floor level and the fact that each resident would have a good standard of light and outlook from their own individual bedroom, it's considered that on balance, the proposal would be appropriate for 7 individuals sharing. Here you can see some photos of the ground floor kitchen area. So, see how it's currently laid out. Here you can see the ground floor dining area, which currently has sofas in it at the time of the officer visit. And you can see the basement lounge area with the full height window, serving full height window, which is fully openable for access, and the basement stairwell that serves when provided some light. Here you can see the rear garden and the side access to the property, so the residents wouldn't have to go through the property in order to go from the garden into the street. And here you can see the existing rear garden. Here you can see some photos of 2 of the bedrooms. So this is bedroom 4 and bedroom 1, which is the second floor front bedroom. As mentioned, in regards to the amenity, as mentioned, both of the neighbouring properties are already in use as HMOs, and so are the properties to the rear. Given the existing use as a 6-person, 6-bedroom HMO, it is not considered that the addition of 1 occupant would result in significant harm towards the overall neighbouring amenity in order to justify a refusal. As set out within the report, the parking requirement would be unchanged from the existing, and the bins can be stored in the rear garden area, which has a dedicated side access. The applicant has indicated that they would be willing to enter into a Section 106 agreement in order to overcome the increase in nitrate and SPA disturbance, and Natural England have agreed to this mitigation option. As such, the officer's recommendation is one of conditional permission, subject to the conditions as outlined within the report. So that is the officer presentation. I will now read the 2 deputations. So the first is from the East St Thomas Residents Forum, who are objecting to the proposal. Firstly, I would like to thank the Chair and Councillors for the opportunity to convey the consensus view of the over 300 members of the East St Thomas's Residents Forum. As I'm sure many of you are aware, we always provide deputations at these meetings on HMO developments in order to stop their relentless increase on the ladder and try and mitigate the significant negative impact they have on our community. Unfortunately, the potential financial gain for a developer from creating the highest number of HMO bedrooms per property in the 10 or so streets of East St Thomas is so great, they consistently push development beyond what is practically possible in order to maximise profits. Sadly, this tsunami of over-intense developments progressively reduces the quality of HMO accommodation in our area and impacts the amenity of other residents and destroys communities. It is only local government that can help us, and while we would like to thank the councillors for their close scrutiny for this and similar planning applications, we implore you to quickly set out a more sustainable framework which promotes balancing housing development in areas of the city like ours in the next revision of the Portsmouth local plans. This particular application epitomises all that is wrong with these super HMO developments, where developers take a C4 HMO, which has a sensible layout, provides good-sized rooms and appropriate facilities, then in the interest of profit, remodels it to cram in more people by providing lower quality accommodation of minimum or below minimum standard. Examining the planning history of 3 Paynes Road, the real original layout of the property is provided by the applicant in their submission of November 2018, showing the property for 5 sharers with bedrooms over 2 floors and a lounge in the basement. The average bedroom size was a respectable 11.6 metres squared, and it had a good sized bathroom that met standards. The applicant, through a combination of a separate application for a small extension and the use of permitted development rights, has removed the original ground floor bathroom, completed a hip gable conversion of the roof, which was the subject of an enforcement inquiry in 2019, to create an additional floor which has completely refigured the property's internal space. The newly created bedroom 7 is sited where the bathroom originally was, stranded on the far side of the kitchen, with the unfortunate occupant now having to navigate 2 flights of stairs, navigate through the communal dining room into a hallway, up a flight of stairs, into a landing where they will find a bathroom which fails to meet the space standards outlined within PCC's supplementary planning documents for HMOs. The developer has created the 2 required bathrooms in the property, but at 3.58 and 3.54, both of these fail to meet the standards of the HMO SBD 20. The officer's report incorrectly quotes the floor space from the superseded drawings published on public access on the 12th of the 6th, 2019, and not those in the most recent amended proposed plans published the 12th of the 2nd, 2020. Moving from 5 to 7 bedrooms within the constraints of the building has resulted in the property's average bedroom size dropping by over 25% from 11.6 metres squared to only 8.63 metres squared. in order to meet the communal space requirements for 7 sharers, particularly given the reduced bathroom sizes. The basement lounge is required. This appears to have a very poor outlook with restricted light from a very small window. Previous planning applications seeking to use basements with restricted light as communal space have been deemed inadequate, and we believe the same is probably true here. There is no evidence that the window meets PCC's HMO light standard of September 2018. Window size should be greater than 10% of the floor area, or that it is of a suitable design to allow easy escape in the event of a fire. The kitchen layout appears to be very cramped, particularly because of the lost space by the door arrangement. Because the required appliances are cramped into such a small space, the layout fails to meet the requirement that cooking appliances should have an adequate work surfaces set out in PCC's HMO space standards September 2018. In closing, this application is the epitome of over-intense sui generis HMO development. The developer was free to choose the quality of accommodation that they would provide, and in this case, they chose to provide low quality accommodation than offered by the original building. We firmly believe that each development application in the city should aim to improve the quality of accommodation available to residents, which this application fails to do. As we believe this application fails to provide quality accommodation for occupiers, we would urge you to support East St Thomas's residents and refuse the application on these grounds. I also have a deputation from the applicant. I'll just read now. Have a drink.
Sorry, could members and officers please make sure that their microphones are muted, please? We're getting some feedback. Thank you very much. Unless you're talking, thank you.
Okay. Am I okay to continue? Yeah.
Lovely, Matthew. Please carry on.
Okay. So this is a deputation from the owner of 3 Paynes Road. The building was in a rundown state when I purchased it. I have spent in excess of £100,000 to renovate the building and provide a high standard of accommodation for students within the area. The property is managed professionally and repeated disturbances are not tolerated. Any complaints are dealt with quickly and effectively. I am aware there are a large number of HMOs in the area. However, this property is already being used as a 6-person HMO within the C4 planning use, which allows for 3 to 6 persons. The addition of 1 extra person would not create any significant further harm, and this reason for refusal has been dismissed by inspectors on many occasions. The property provides 27.6 square metres of communal space at ground floor for eating and dining, with a further 15.73 square metres lounge in the basement. The deputation from the East St Thomas Residents Association points out that the 2 bathrooms are slightly undersized. However, they are still both work as fully functioning shower rooms, and this reason for refusal has never been upheld at appeal. Also, in response to the deputation by East St Thomas regarding the kitchen layout shown is for illustrative purposes only. A suitable kitchen layout was agreed with housing standards in order to obtain the HMO licence. Kitchen layout is not a planning consideration. With regards to the basement lounge, 48 Green Road was a 7-person sui generis HMO application heard by this committee in March of 2020. The basement area lounge within that property was considered to make up for the shortfall in communal area at ground floor level and approved. Therefore, there seems to be no valid reason this committee would not include the basement area as a habitable space within this application for 3 Paynes Road also. There is natural light and means of escape within the basement lounge. It is important to consider that this area is not making up the entirety of the communal space. There is plenty of communal space at ground floor level also. To conclude, I feel this committee should be looking to encourage high quality conversions of rundown neglected properties within Southsea. These higher quality conversions will only serve to drive up standards of other student houses in the vicinity. To refuse the application today, therefore taking it to the inspectorate, will only waste valuable time, money and resource for Portsmouth City Council, Her Majesty's Inspector and myself, with the utmost respect, I urge you to agree with the professionally qualified planning officer who has considered this application and recommended it for approval today. Thank you for listening. That's all of the deputations.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you for that. So, members, I think we're going to move on to questions to Matthew. So, has any members got any questions? Is that I know Councillor Hunt's got his hand up there, but if you remember him to use the chat would be better for me than the hand. So Councillor Hunt, first of all, then you were up first, then Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Yes, sorry about that, Joe. I just remembered about the RTS, and I've seen others do it. So can I ask Matt to confirm that this bedroom denoted 7, is at the rear end of the house, and the future intended occupier has got to come through one fire door, then another, I presume, fire door, because it is living accommodation. I presume there'll be fire doors, and then walk through the long narrow kitchen, and then walk through the communal space where other people might be eating their food, either there or in the kitchen, to go to the toilet. And then if he or she wishes to go and get washed, they've got to do the same journey and come through the communal areas and up the stairs and go and get showered or whatever. Is that correct, Matt?
Matthew? Matthew, would you like to answer Councillor Hunt?
Sorry about that, Councillor. Yes, I can confirm that is correct. While it is a negative aspect of the scheme for the additional occupant, it wasn't in the officer's view considered to be sufficient it wasn't considered to be sufficient to kind of recommend refuse on the application over the distance between one of the bedrooms and the bathroom.
And can I have a supplementary there, please,
Yes,
Chair?
of course. I was just coming back to you.
Thank you. And Matt, before you put your recommendation forward, may I ask, did you read the appeal decision at 20 Montgomery Road, where the planning inspector went into great detail about communal space and living standards?
Yes, Councillor. I've read all of the recent appeal decisions that have come in over HMOs. I've factored that into my judgment and consideration for this one around the communal space. I note that all of the HMO appeals that have come in since the HMO SPT was revised in October 2019 haven't considered the aspect of a basement lounge and whether it should be considered within the communal space. As such, given that the basement has sufficient light and outlook, I thought on balance that this was acceptable.
Okay, Matt, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Luke Stubbs, you were next. Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I just want to clarify something, and I'm trying to search for it online, but I haven't managed to get as far as an answer yet. So, in the report, mention is made of a planning application in 2018, which was determined on appeal in 2019 about the principle of conversion. Now, you know, I've seen, I mean, there's so many applications that look quite similar that come to this committee. I thought the applicant in his representation was suggesting that there was another application after that, which went to appeal. Am I mixing two things up? I mean, we've certainly seen an application through this committee not that long ago in this broad area, which had a part basement living area, and I'm just trying to get my head around whether that's the same scheme or a different one. So my question is, can you? I know you said it. Can you just repeat for my benefit the application and appeal history?
Yes, bear me a second. I do believe I know the application you're referencing, Councillor. I think that's 36 Paynes Road, which was determined a couple of months ago by this committee, which had a basement lounge somewhat similar to this, though had a slightly different outlook and obviously slightly different otherwise internal layout. That application, I believe, was overturned by the committee and refused. That application, I believe, has been appealed, but we haven't had a response or the result yet from that appeal. But other than that, the only planning history for this application was the 2019 application to change from a Class C4 into a Class C3 or C4.
Councillor Luke Stubbs, did you want to come back on something?
No, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chris Atwell, I think you were next. Councillor Atwell?
Not me, Chair.
No, sorry.
Me, I believe, Chair.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Atkins. Sorry. I can't see my chat on here, actually. I'll just put my chat back. Show chat. There we are. That will be better. That's it. Sorry. Yes.
Two questions, actually. The sort of related one's most straightforward. Is there a picture of the basement, basement lounge? And then, second of all, the applicant referred to the committee or the planning authority having already accepted the principle of the basement being sufficient compensation in a previous application. Is that true? Again, referring to the planning history, have we previously accepted it being adequate compensation for the lack of the ground floor amenity, or is it not related, or is it? So is that true? Is it related enough that we should treat ourselves as having already ruled on this, or is it not related enough? Because this is a new application with a slightly different ground floor plan, or are they closely enough connected that we have decided this? And is it true we've decided this?
Matthew, could you answer that at all? Matthew?
Hello, yes. Thank you. So firstly, can you all still see my screen I'm sharing?
So that's the basement, both pictures of the basement.
So it's the picture to your right is the picture kind of showing where the main light of the basement. Obviously, it's a bit wider out than the picture shows. That's mainly just to show you what the level of light and outlook is from the basement.
Right. On the left is the ground floor area.
That's the ground floor area, yeah. In reference to the application that the applicant mentioned, 48 Green Road, which was determined at committee in March of 2020. From my recollection, that did include a basement lounge area, I believe, or it's possibly titled a cinema room. The committee, I believe, in that instance, approved the application. However, obviously the two applications do have slightly different bedroom sizes and communal area sizes. So, I mean, it's mainly a judgment of whether you think that the basement does provide adequate amenity space and adequate standard of accommodation, and if you think that it overcomes the under provision of the ground floor communal space.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Matthew. Any more questions to the officers before we move over to comments, members, at all? No? Okay then, so we're going to move on to comments, please, members. Any members wish to give any comments on the application? Councillor Lee Hunt, thank you.
Okay then, I mean, this is pretty clear cut for me, and despite what the planning officer's report says, you know, we've got an application here, and I'm looking at the living conditions of the future intended occupiers and the communal space. And when you go and look at the basement, which was pulled up towards the end there, it was the middle of, well, whenever it was daylight, because you had the upstairs daylight. The downstairs basement is poorly lit. And the report said, or the officer said, that it's sufficient light and outlook. I can't agree with that. I don't think a bunch of steps, rather like the Kent Road application, is a good outlook. It's poor. And when you go upstairs, you've got two fire doors, which is great for protecting the bedroom. But when you're thinking about the residential amenities for the person using bedroom number 7, it's not so good. They've got to come out of their bedroom, walk through two fire doors, past people who might be cooking, and into the communal area, past people who might be watching their TV or doing whatever they do, sitting and eating a meal. And I say that because I refer to the appeal decision at 20 Montgomery Road, when the planning inspector was very clear, when he was very harsh about the living conditions for the future intended occupiers when we're moving from a C4 to a sui generis house. And then you do this, you look at the under provision, it might only be 0.24 meters, but taken, with the configuration of the house and the poor residential amenities, I don't doubt at all, even if this went to planning appeal, that the inspector would agree with us. So I think it should be refused because for these conditions, in my opinion, it contravenes our guidelines in that the kitchen is long and narrow, leading to the communal space. So this is my reason for refusing. The kitchen is long and narrow, leading to the communal space, meaning the intended occupier, bedroom 7, will have to awkwardly negotiate the space to get to the communal area. And so therefore the layout is functionally poor and inconvenient. And furthermore, the basement lounge is gloomy, dark and dingy, and not well lit by natural light. And this indicates a poorly provided communal space, and the functionality of the property is therefore poor. Most of those aren't my words, they're a planning inspector's words. If you think that they fit this too as well, similar to 20 Montgomery, then refuse it, because that's what I think we should do. I think it's pretty poor. And then you throw in the insufficient or the standard, the spaces that don't meet our requirements around the loos as well. And you put all this in together, and you can see it's poorly configured property, and therefore it should be refused. I've given, I think, pretty sound reasons, and it's up to you guys if you disagree or agree.
Thank you. Yes, so you are proposing a refusal, Councillor Hunt. That's correct, isn't it? Thank you very much. So now moving on to Councillor Chris Atwell, please. Councillor Chris Atwell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to second Councillor Hunt's proposal. Also, paragraph 5.8 in the report sort of bothers me a bit. I read it and read that the dams burst, the village is flooded, so what's the point of doing anything now? And I don't think that's the position this committee should take on these types of applications. So happy to second Councillor Hunt's proposal.
Thank you for that. We've also got Councillor Judith Smythe, although you've put something in the chat, but would you like to say your feelings, please?
No, I was going to offer to second that proposal to refuse, but I don't need to say anything further.
No. Okay, so I've got a proposer to refuse as Councillor Hunt, seconded as Councillor Chris Atwell. Anybody else want any more comments at all before we go through to the voting, or no? Okay, so Juliet, just to refresh my memory, we're voting on the refusal, aren't we? Is that correct? Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't have my mic on.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I don't think anybody wants to propose. No one's proposing it by the sounds of it. I haven't got anybody else to propose it. So everybody seems to want to refuse this application. So do I just go along with the voting for the refusal?
Has everyone made comments that wants to make comments? Yes, we can move to the vote for refusal.
Okay, thank you very much, Juliet. So on the table then, it's a vote from a proposal for refusal for this application, and this was proposed by Councillor Hunt and seconded by Councillor Chris Atwell. Did the officers want to add anything before we go to the vote, please? I must ask them first of all. No?
Chair, yes. Yeah, simply to say that this is an on balance recommendation. I think the officer has borne in mind the fact that there is one additional bedroom being created here. So in the overall scheme of things on this site, it's a modest increase, but ultimately I think we won't stand in your way. We hear your concerns.
Yes, I think it's going to be pretty obvious, but I may be wrong. Nick, thank you very much. So we'll go to the voting then, members. Then, so again, this is a vote for refusal of the application proposed by Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Chris Atwell. Councillor Judith Smart, please indicate, please, if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
I want to refuse.
Refuse. Sorry. Councillor Chris Atkins, please indicate if you're for or against, or you want to refuse or abstain.
I think that's probably me, Matthew Atkins.
Sorry.
Yes, I'll vote to refuse the application, so in favour of the motion for refusal.
Thank you very much. Call upon Councillor Atwell. Please indicate if you're for or against, or do you wish to abstain, or do you wish to refuse?
I'm for the motion to refuse.
For the motion to refuse. And Councillor Lee Hunt, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or you want to refuse that in front of us.
Refuse.
Refuse. Okay. Councillor Donna Jones, thank you. Do you wish to for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain, or do you want to refuse on that in front of us?
Refuse.
Refuse. Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against, or do you want to refuse?
Sorry, this is going wrong. We're refusing the.
Yeah,
I think we're refusing the refusal.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I've got the wrong things in
I
front
think
of
it's all
me.
right. It's refusal is for,
Yeah.
the recommendation is refusal.
Yes, Chair is correct in saying, are you for?
I beg your pardon.
Recommend the
Thank you,
for,
Julia.
for the
Thank
motion
you,
to
Councillor.
refuse.
So I am for the motion to refuse.
Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton, please
think we're all in
indicate if you're
agreement
for or
so
against the
far.
motion,
Yeah.
or do you wish to abstain, or do you wish to refuse what's in front of
So
us?
I am for the motion, which is against officers' recommendations.
Okay, thank you very much. You make it worse for me. Councillor Lynn Stagg, I take it, isn't here, so that's fine. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please indicate if you're for or against it, or wish to abstain, or you refuse the application. Councillor Claire Udy is no longer here, and I'm going to cop out very easy and just agree with Councillor Lee Hunt and Councillor Chris Atwell. Refuse it, if that's okay. Do the legal people, not legal, sorry, do Democratic Services want to just have a little look at that and just make sure we got the numbers correct?
Yes, Chair. That was a unanimous for the motion to refuse the application.
Okay,
That's
with
right.
everybody. Thank you. It's one of those days today, I must admit. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think we got there. Okay, then. So now we're going to hand over to the next application, which I think is a Chilean pub. Is that correct? And Summer is going to present that. Summer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good
Thank you.
afternoon, members. I'm just going to get my PowerPoint ready. So whilst it's loading, I would like to draw members' attention to the supplementary matters. Firstly, I would like to clarify that of the 6 parking spaces to be lost as a consequence of the proposals, the 2 existing disabled bays are to be re-provided immediately to the east of the new seating area, thus not resulting in a loss of disabled parking provisions. Secondly, the Council's environmental health and licensing teams have also provided comments on the proposed external seating and with regard to the potential noise issues arising. Members are advised that no concerns have been raised by either team. It should be noted the outdoor area is currently used for seating. Further, the area to the east of the outdoor bar is well screened by boundary fencing and a store building in the grounds of Harbour Heights, which is the residential complex to the southeast of the pub. Furthermore, the public house has not received any noise complaints to date. The existing pub licence is restricted to indoor entertainment, other than the allowance for a controlled number of outdoor events. Overall, officers do not consider that there would be a sufficient justification to apply conditions relating to the noise. The existing site licence will continue to address these matters. Hopefully you can see my presentation, and I will begin with this. The application is being heard at Planning Committee due to the receipt of an objection from the Local Highways Authority. Initially, the presentation will advise upon the proposals and then discuss the highways matters. The application proposes the construction of an outdoor bar within this area. Hopefully you can see I'm highlighting. There is an external side and rear terrace within this area. including some fencing along these areas to shield from the parking provisions to the north of the site. There is a refuse and storage area to the north of the proposed bar, just here, and then a pergola to the southeast within the front garden of the application site. The aerial view just provided below here should provide some context of the application site and the surroundings. The Chichilian is located to the north of Portsdown Hill Road, the B2177, accessed via Woodley Walk, which is this road just here. The pub is well established and I believe to have been functioning since around the early 1970s. The surrounding areas comprise informal car parking provisions, as well as the same access routes supporting the access to Harbour Heights, the residential complex to the southeast. The first element of the application is the construction of an outdoor bar and side and rear terrace area located here. The bar would measure 2.4 metres in height, 4.8 metres in length, and would be constructed of natural timber cladding, and would also include the addition of festoon lighting as shown on the plans. The external seating would include 6 tables in an area currently used for parking, and this would be surrounded by post and rail fencing as shown. The proposed refuse store area would be located to the north of the outdoor bar and would be constructed of close board fencing. This photo here is the elevation that you would see if you were parking in the associated car park to the north. Here are some site visit pictures. The proposed bar would be located in this area here. The external seating would be located here. Hopefully the picture here will show where the seating will be, and the relocation of the parking bays would just be slightly east. And this is the elevation that you would see of the refuse and store should you be parking in this area. It will be located here. The outdoor bar will be located behind, so would not be visible from this viewpoint. The next element of the application is the proposed pergola. This would be located to the southeast of the public house in the corner to the northwest of the residential complex. This would measure 2.4 metres in height and would be constructed of painted steel beams, also including some festoon lighting. It will be located within this area here and can be seen also from this elevation here. Hopefully this is providing a good context so you can see that the pergola would be in here and would be screened by some of the existing vegetation. I will now go on to address the highways matters. The outdoor terrace would result in the loss of 6 parking spaces within the associated car park to the north. The aerial views show that there are other parking provisions within the immediate surroundings to offset this loss. It should also be noted that these parking provisions are free of charge and unrestricted. The local highways authority's main objection relates to the location, as this does not provide sustainable transport links. It should be noted that the public house currently functions and has been functioning since at least the early 1970s in this manner. Further, the residential development to the southeast also utilises the same access arrangements, therefore the principle of the access has been established. However, the local planning authority do recognise the local highways authority's concerns and as such have included a condition regarding the cycle parking provisions to encourage clientele to use sustainable transport measures where possible. Having regard to all material considerations raised, representations and planning policy, it is considered that the development is acceptable. That's the end of my presentation and I would welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Summer, for that. So now, members, we're moving on to questions and we've got Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a quick question from me about lighting, really. Apart from the bastion lighting that's on the development there, can we have any more information or confirmation that the car park or car parks are well lit? I worry that that could be in an area with limited street lighting and be quite dark in an evening.
Summer, did you want to answer that from Councillor Norton?
I will double check my site visit pictures. There is some lighting, as you say, around the pub. Obviously, this wouldn't be changed. The existing arrangements are the same as they currently are. This is just for some external alterations, but I'll double check on my pictures and get back to you on that.
Okay, while you're doing that, any other members have any questions to Summer at all? No? Summer, have you got, shall I give you 30 seconds or so to get back to Councillor Norton before I move on?
Yes, please, just some technical difficulties.
Yeah. Ask a question, Councillor Hunt. Sorry, Councillor Norton, you got in there quick. No, okay, Councillor Hunt.
He's going to want to make a comment, I should think. So it'll probably come down to licensing, but what would they be doing to mitigate the impact of noise on the nearby sort of deco flats that we gave permission to about 6 years ago?
Can an officer well, Summer's looking.
It's okay, I'll answer, Chair.
No, thank you, Summer.
There hasn't been any information provided in terms of the noise issues. Officers have come to the consideration that the existing arrangement is unlikely to be significantly altered. There is already significant amount of outdoor seating. The proposals would just be improving the existing facilities.
Thank you very much. We've got another question by Councillor Judith Smythe. Please, Councillor Judith Smythe, your question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to follow up on that question from Councillor Hunt. I wondered if there was a case for putting a condition in that the outdoor bar ought to be closed at 9:30 or 10.
They are Summer. 2 questions.
We have looked into this. Officers think that it is unreasonable to impose such a condition. There is control that restricts the hours of use, and I think the pub closes around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. The outside seating area would be unreasonable purely because it would be unenforceable, segregate from the new extension of the terrace to work in a sense of we wouldn't be able to restrict the timings of it as the
Nick,
time
sorry,
limit restriction.
Sorry to interrupt. Nick, you wanted something?
Yeah, simply recognising that I think Summer's connection is intermittent, unfortunately, but we have looked into this at some length in conversation with the environmental health officers and the licensing team as well, and really, bearing in mind that the tables are in the existing position where the pergola is going, it's very, very difficult to justify adding a further condition to what is essentially an existing situation. I think we've advised in terms of the, is that enough?
Yeah, I understand that, and that's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for that, for clarifying. Summer, did we find out from Councillor Terry Norton about his issues?
Yes. I was just going to request to come back to him. The only lighting is to the frontage. There isn't any lighting to the rear car park from my site visit pictures, but just to make you aware that the application site is set in rural land to the north of the city. Fort Woodley is located further west, so additional lighting may not be suitable given the rural nature.
Councillor Norton, did you want to go back on that, or?
No. Just to comment, Councillor Hunt was right. He is looking for a comment.
Yeah. I'm just going to go for comments now. So, if comments, then councillors, let's go for comments. Councillor Terry Norton, you were very Let's go to Councillor Terry Norton.
Thank you. Thank you on that. I think it was an interesting one about the lighting. It was just to clarify that up, but I think a small issue there. We've had no objections from the local residents there. And there obviously is a push for more outdoor dining at the moment. So I think this all in all is a good application. There were some concerns on a highway issue, I think, about some speeding along that road, but actually I think that's often motorbikes, etc., due to the fact that it's a quiet road in the evening. Actually, more traffic, I think, would be more of a deterrent up there. So more than happy to propose recommendations for this in what seems to be a very sensible and valuable project.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lee Hunt, you were second. You were second then. Sorry, Councillor Lee Hunt.
Councillor Jones is before me, isn't she?
Sorry, it's all bound. I don't know what's happening with my things today. Everything's happening. Sorry, Councillor Donna Jones. Sorry, I'm having problems here. Councillor Donna Jones. Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, basically second what Councillor Terry Norton has said. No objections from local residents, which is probably because no one lives that close to the site, really. It's on top of the hill, obviously. But yeah, I think it's a good use of the outdoor space. I can see no justifiable reason why we would object. So I'm happy to support Councillor Norton's recommendation for permission.
Thank you very much. I think is it Councillor Lee Hunt next? Sorry, yes, Councillor Lee Hunt.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, for me, as with ever with all these sorts of things, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, and we've no objections from the police who see these reports as well, and they're a statutory body, and we've nothing from the EHO, which is a statutory body, and if it does turn out that southeastern corner nearest to the flats becomes an issue, and let's face it, it could be great fun up here, isn't it? You know, people are going to want to go up there to the early hours of the morning or however long the pub stays open and enjoy themselves. And why not? We need a bit of fun at the moment, don't we? So good luck to the pub. But there is notice, isn't there, that if it becomes noisy and if it becomes a nuisance to the residents, that there might be a review of the licence. So there is always that avenue. So because of that, I will support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matt Atkins, sorry, I noticed you're in the chat there. Did you want to add something for comments here, sir?
I mean, I think it's mostly been covered by now. But okay. Yes, I think there's been no objections from the flats, and I rather suspect you probably wouldn't choose to live in those flats unless you wanted a fairly close relationship with the pub next door anyway. And I think, obviously, I don't think there's a problem with the loss of parking. The car park is a large car park. There's a car park next door, which, you know, during the night time is likely to overlap less with usage. I think it's probably better not to add too much additional lighting out the back, because that might become visible from the countryside to the north. And we want to be mindful of our neighbours in the countryside to the north. So I think overall it's a sensible scheme. Yeah. And I see no issues with it. I think long may the Churchillian continue to succeed, I hope. And it's a difficult time for pubs, so I hope that it helps boost their business and lets them get more customers as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkins. OK, members, no more comments then. I think we're going to go to the vote, and on the table it's to approve the recommendations from the officers. The officers, did you want to add anything, Summer, before we go to the vote at all?
No, thank you, Chair.
No, OK. So we're going to vote for the proposal. It's proposed by Councillor Terry Norton and seconded by Councillor Donna Jones that we accept the officer's recommendation to have it, basically, because that's the way I'm trying to say to you all to agree it. So I'm going to call each person's name out. Just say if you're for, against, or do you wish to abstain. Councillor Judith Smythe, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For, Chair.
Councillor Matthew Atkins, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Atwell, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Yeah. Councillor Lee Hunt, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Donna Jones, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Luke Stubbs, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Okay, and I cast my own vote and I'm for the recommendations from the officers. Thank you very much. So that has been granted. Thank you very much, members. So now we'll swiftly move on to the next application, which is item number 7, if that's correct. It's Park House number 1, Clarence Parade, Southsea. And Matthew, you'll be presenting that. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Lovely. I'll just pull up the presentation now. Bear me a second. Can everyone see my screen?
Absolutely fine.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Right. So, thank you, Chair. So to begin with, members' attention is drawn to supplementary matters. Since the publication of the committee report, 14 additional representations have been received from neighbouring residents, 13 offering support for the proposal and 1 objecting to the proposal. The comments from the additional representations are similar in nature to those previously mentioned within the committee report, and as such the officer has no additional comments to make. So this application relates to a large 3-storey building located on the northern side of Clarence Parade, which is subdivided into a number of flats. The application relates specifically to the easternmost apartment at roof level. The site is located within the Owen Southsea Conservation Area and is bounded by the Seafront Conservation Area to the south and east, as well as being opposite the common seafront. Here you can see some views of the existing property taken from Google Earth. This shows you the main side elevation fronting Alton Road West, the main rear elevation looking from Alton Road West towards the seafront, and the front of the building looking from the east and west along Clarence Parade. Due to the property's location fronting the common, the property is highly visible from further away distances and a number of angles. Planning permission is sought for the construction of a roof extension to form a 3-bedroom apartment to include a new bay window at 2nd floor level. The main considerations within this application are the principle of the development, its design and impact on the conservation areas, its impact on residential amenity, the internal living conditions, the highways implications, ecology, and the impact on the Southern Special Protection Areas. Here you can see the existing and proposed front and side elevation. The proposed roof will be built up to a flat roof with a roof terrace set above it. And the roof will be finished in tile hanging to match the existing roof slope. So you've got the front of the property and the side there. In principle, the officer does not have any objection to the redevelopment of this space in order to create an additional dwelling. However, the officer's overall recommendation is one of refusal due to the proposal appearing unsympathetic and incongruous towards the existing property, wider street scene, and failing to preserve the character and appearance of the east of the Owens Southsea Conservation Area. Here you can see the roof plan of the development. It will be set away from either side with a parapet, balustrade. There's the existing bay windows, and there you can see the roof terrace with separate staircase and a skylight on the roof terrace. The proposal went through a number of revisions, most notably to its side elevation. However, the application reached an impasse, as in the officer's view, the front elevation is not sympathetic enough to the character of the property and the adjoining roof slope, which was previously redeveloped in 2013 and 14. The applicant did not wish to make any further alterations, and as such, the officer's view remains that the proposal would create a dominant addition to the eastern roof slope with a number of unsympathetic junctions with the adjoining roof. The most notable of these would be the awkward juncture to the front elevation, where the two balustrades don't meet one and have differing heights, with one projecting further out from the other. This awkward juncture would give an uneven height and appearance. Additionally, a section of glass balustrading would be cut into the parapet, which would appear discordant with the existing property and relate poorly to the front elevation of the overall building. These unfortunate design choices would erode the integrity of the original character of the front elevation of the property. While the proposed built form is considered to be acceptable in its principle, it would appear poorly executed with little relation or sense of symmetry to the existing alterations on the western side of the property. As such, the proposal is considered to result in harm towards the overall character of the building and the contribution it makes to the backdrop of the Southsea Common. While it is considered that the harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area would be less than substantial, other than providing the additional one-bedroom flat, there would be insufficient public benefit associated with the proposal to outweigh the harm towards the conservation area. Just to address the other material considerations, having regards to the presence of the upper floor windows located on the western side of the building and the position of the enlarged roof terrace relative to the neighbouring windows, it is considered that the proposal would be unlikely to have a significant impact upon the adjoining neighbours and occupiers in terms of a loss of light, outlook, or loss of privacy. The proposed dwelling would exceed the minimum prescribed space standards, and the property would be laid out to provide to allow all habitable rooms to benefit from an appropriate degree of light and outlook. Accordingly, it is considered the proposal would provide an appropriate standard of living for future occupiers. The council's highways engineer has objected to the proposal on the grounds of insufficient parking and contrary to the parking standards, which require 1.5 vehicle spaces and 2 cycle spaces for a 3-bedroom dwelling. The proposal would not feature any parking provision. However, the site is in a relatively sustainable location, having access to nearby bus services and shops, and approximately 1 mile from train station, and is therefore well suited to residents travelling by foot, bicycle, bus or train, rather than requiring a private vehicle. And given the modest scale of the proposal and the sustainable location of the development, a nil car parking provision and departure from the adopted parking standards would be considered to be acceptable in this instance. As the officer's recommendation is for one of refusal due to the proposal's design and impact on the conservation area, no Section 106 agreement has been secured to mitigate against nitrates, and as such, this is listed as an additional reason for refusal. As mentioned, while the principle of the proposal is considered to be supportable, due to the identified issues with its design and its impact upon the conservation area, the proposal is not supportable in the officer's view at this time, and the recommendation is one of refusal. I will now read through the 2 deputations I have, one from the owner, Mr. Ronan West, and one from his agent, Joe Moser. I'll start with the applicant's deputation.
Yes, please.
As laypersons, we would like to address the refusal. Also, we would like to direct committee members' attention to comments on the planning portal of K. Saleh, architect, on the 19th of the 9th, 2019, and D. Ramirez, town planner, dated the 18th of the 2nd, 2021, who have the advantage of being associated with Park House for many years and professionals in this field. Some of you with good memories may recall that we twice previously made appeals to the planning committee, i.e. the 2 apartments to the west side of Park House in 2014 and again in 2015. In both cases, like the proposal, the core reason for refusal was that the proposal was considered incongruous and extrapolated further, stating that the development would cause considerable harm to the conservation area. Both proposals were, however, on appeal granted planning permission. The subsequent remodelling of these apartments in 2014 and 2015 have in fact drawn scores of compliments from both lay and professionals alike. Notably, the BBC National News have filmed there. Features have been run in local newspapers and magazines, most recently Lifestyle Magazine Spring 2020 edition. Locally, it has been well received. The high level of local support from residents and neighbours alike. Many favourable comments have been posted on the planning portal. Currently 31 is the number in support, while only 1 comment has registered against. Having lived in Park House for a long period of time inevitably leads to a deeper understanding of Park House's history and evolution over time. Park House first appears in Victorian artist A. Penart's famous lithograph of Southsea seafront in 1865. You can clearly see Park House in the mid-background circled red, blown up in the below photo, which is within the applicant's deputation that was sent round to members. The original structure is marked in red, noted number 1. Furthermore, in the late Victorian period, a larger secondary structure was added to the north, marked in blue, number 2. Then, in the Edwardian era, it's believed section 3 was built to the east, marked in green, with section number 4 to the northwest, marked in purple, built circa 1930s. Then finally, section number 5 added in 1960s, marked in orange, the accumulation of which has resulted in an unusual, quirky-looking building. However, it is much loved by the residents. Park House has had essentially 4 lives versus a very large Victorian private house, then enlarged to become an Edwardian Jazz Age hotel. Then in the 1940s, it became the council rates office. Finally, its 4th life, a conversion to 36 apartments in 1979. The eastern section, above which the proposal is to be built due to its later Edwardian construction, joins the old Western Victorian main building in an unusual fashion. The east side has a distinctive large bulbous bay windows, whilst the west side has large flat windows. The east section is a metre lower in height than the west section, while the east side roofline overhang protrudes half a metre further than the western section. When they can join at the rear, the east section is again at odds with the older west section. It is a metre longer than. See, the photos illustrated these large pronounced differences. Clearly, it reads to everyone as distinctly 2 different buildings. Therefore, we take issue with the planning's 2 suggestions. 1, to raise up the level of the east section of the building to match the west section. Secondly, we take away the protruding overhang to provide a more symmetrical look at Park House. These proposals by planning we believe to be contradictory to policy PCS 23, which states will establish a strong sense of place with respect to local character and history. We love the fact that visitors to Park House have an eccentric, idiosyncratic experience. The notion that everything must be symmetrical for modern consumption is flawed and is not felt locally. Where's the fun in that? One has to only look westward to Home Heights with all its symmetrical modern credentials in place. However, it is not loved. Yet, for the departures from architectural norms, Park House is loved. The levelling up, symmetricalising of Park House would obfuscate Park House histories, which is clearly what PCS 23 is meant to protect. Asymmetry does have its place, and Park House's asymmetrical essence, persona, if you will, as counterintuitive as it may sound, is quite charming. Our proposal, we believe, is strongly preserving that and a balanced, well thought out proposed development. With respect, we ask that the proposed development is granted planning permission. That's from Rowan and Jason West, the applicants. I'll now read through the agent's deputation. So this is Mr. Joe Moser. I wish to offer the following deputation in support of the proposal. Park House is an amalgamation of different buildings of different periods. The earlier development of the roof on the western side, reference 15/00254/FUL, is similar in many respects to the design of this current proposal on the eastern side, but varies in response to the particular section of the recipient building. Due to the different floor levels and different original elevations on the 2 halves, it is not possible to precisely replicate the design from the western side to match on the east. The slight variation in the resulting design is suitable to the recipient building, which is by its nature comprised of unique parts. The differing levels prevent the continuation of balcony levels between the 2 sections, and the proposed elevation of the existing front bay improves the symmetry of the front elevation and enhances the appearance. The new roof elevation will help balance out the roof lines in accordance and be in accord with the other side of the building. The roof form proposes a sloping mansard and flat roof finished in hung tile. This material is predominant on the proposal, is exactly matching the existing roof in keeping with recommendations set out within the Owens South Sea Conservation Area Guidelines. The proposed roof extension would match the existing western side in a way that would unify without attempting to inappropriately replicate. A clear frameless glass balustrade is proposed along the edge of the south elevation. The use of clear glass offers a minimal visual appearance and does not detract from the front elevation. Glass balustrades are prominent throughout the South Sea conservation areas of Portsmouth. Recent developments approved by the Planning Department are not limited to, but include 20/0012/00529 roof conversion Furlough Mansion Clarence Parade, 19/00900 Palm Hotel Clarence Parade, 19/01655 St Martin's House Clarence Parade. The development meets the National Planning Policy Framework in the provisions of additional housing, albeit a single dwelling house. Further, it will be constructed to a rigorous environmentally conscious standard. The materials will be environmentally sustainable and, wherever possible, will include sources of renewable energy. This will include a timber frame construction, high performance insulation materials, and water efficient devices. The proposal is a sympathetic addition to the roofscape of Park House. Much of the roofscape in similar buildings along the seafront have been developed in this manner. This is the proposal that supports PCS 23 without harm to the neighbouring amenity and by the provisions of good standard of living environment. It far exceeds the minimum requirements of the technical housing standards in the provisions of suitable and quality spaces for the applicant and future occupants. We hope the committee will agree with this development is worthy of planning approval. Thank you. That's both the deputations for this. If members have any questions.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for that. Good presentation, I must say. Councillors, any questions to Matthew, please, to the officers, first of all? Councillor Luke Stubbs, was that? Yes, Luke Stubbs.
Yeah, only one. So in the recommendations, the substantive recommendation about on refusal for design grounds, can we just clarify, because it doesn't actually say it in the recommendation, that just relates to the front elevation?
Matthew?
Yeah, so that's the main issue with the proposal, the front works of the front elevation not being in alignment.
Councillor Stubbs, did you want to go back?
No, that was all I was going to ask.
Thank you very much. Councillor Matt Atkins, please. Councillor Atkins.
Thanks. Matthew, using this current proposed plan picture we have in front with your laser pointer, so just so I can very clearly understand, would it be possible to point out the exact bits that are considered objectionable on this plan as we can currently see it? So one of them, as I understand it, is the overhang. Is that correct? I mean, is the applicant seems to point out that that is currently existing in the current design. Is that not true?
So in the current plans, I'll just maybe easiest on this one. Obviously, they have two different roof forms. The eaves do protrude far further than the existing property. Mm-hmm. However, it's considered that if the plan is to remove the original roof in place and put in a parapet roof with the new design they propose, then it should adjoin correctly with the neighbouring development.
Yeah. Okay. Other points of objection, or is that really it? There's also the glass use of glass, isn't there?
Yeah, so the cutout from the balustrade and the use of glass, and then the fact that the front doesn't match in terms of its height.
Yes, which again is an existing issue, but because in your argument, or the conservation officer's argument, because they're removing the sloping roof, they should now make the two match.
Yes, yeah.
Is there any objection to the other? Just so the two black bits we see, there's a gap between them, and you've essentially got a straight side on one side and a sloped side on the other. Is there any objection to that, or is that just the way the two roof extensions are designed? Is that acceptable?
Well, ideally, we would want them to kind of match exactly what's in the neighbouring property. However, we're on balance, we could likely accept a slight difference in terms of the actual built form that's set back from the front elevation. It's not read as kind of immediately.
Just in terms of the glass, I mean, I can ask you this question first.
Sorry, I've just got Nick, who just wanted to jump in before you ask that next question. Nick.
Sure.
Yeah, just to really pick up on what Councillor Luke Stubbs said earlier. This is just really, we do recognise that the main issue is the view from the front from the from distant views of how that is read in the street. So I think certainly when you talk about how things interrelate further into the roofscape, which clearly don't have any public views, that does not become a planning justification for refusal. So I think we have to look at how it reads in the conservation area from public vantage points, and I think it's fair to say that that is principally from the front.
Thank you very much, Nick. Sorry, Councillor Atkins, go back to you. Sorry.
I'll just carry on. I've got basically 2/3 more questions. The first is that, so, I mean, obviously we're not experts on conservation or design, but on a personal level, I have a lot of sympathy with what the applicant says about the history of the building being a series of disjointed and somewhat differently designed because they're of different period buildings. And so I kind of, is it open to us to kind of agree with that approach and say, actually, we think there should be differences between the two roof terraces because of that? Because I am leaning towards that opinion myself, because I kind of agree with him about the quirkiness of the building and it being different ages having different designs. Or is that at all contrary to our own policy? Is it open to me to have that opinion? Especially when I say, is that a valid legal decision to reach?
Matthew, could you answer those issues?
So yeah, obviously the councillors are you're entitled to your own view over whether you think that the proposal does preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area. What we've set out for you is our view as professional planning officers, what we think that the development should accord with in terms of respecting the character and appearance of the conservation area and in terms of representing good design.
The thing on which thank you, Matthew. So the thing on which I probably most agree with you is perhaps that glass frontage. Do you think that is on its own enough to justify a refusal? Did you discuss switching just that for, say, railings or a continuous roof balustrade, or was it really the fact of, the discussions with the applicant fell apart anyway because of the overhang and the height, and so the discussions of just fixing that would never have been had?
It was probably the second part. My view is that I'd find the 3 points together to be unacceptable. If they had realigned the balustrade and so it was matching to the other side and it was just the issue of the glass balustrading, still probably would have found it to be objectionable and slightly peculiar and not really respecting the original character of the building. But there weren't discussions of just removing the glass element. It was fixing the front elevation as in totem.
As a whole, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkins, for your questions there. Councillor Terry Norton, please. A question to Matthew, please.
Thanks, Chair. 2 actually, just a very quick one to confirm. So 31 in favour, 1 against on the portal, and 13 came in support last minute. Is that right?
1 second, I'll just double check that on the ones that came on the report. But yes, so 31 came in during the general application, and 14 additional deputations came in since the publication of the committee report. 13 of them in support and 1 additional one objecting.
So very few objections really. And then the second for me is just on this balustrade, very, very quickly if I can. Looking at the photos of it previously, it was dropped lower anyway, wasn't it? So I struggle with the justification to say that it's not in keeping when it was actually lower prior to that, where the glass panel is. There's a better picture, I think, on your slide, Matthew. Is there one at the front of the building? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that really points it out. Okay.
Okay.
I'll reserve for comments, no problem.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Lee Hunt, you've got a question to Matthew, please. Question.
Matthew, if the applicant had provided better materials and finishes, you know, like a matching balustrade across the front to preserve and enhance the integrity of the conservation area, and offered up, I don't know, a more symmetrical top roof plan, do you think we would have been more in support, or rather the LPA would have been more in support?
Yes, as mentioned in the report, we don't have any issue with them principally developing this roof space, given what's previously gone on to the adjoining side. It's just felt that the proposal didn't get to a place where it was suitable in design, and if they came back in with a more symmetrical frontage to the proposal, then it would be something that we would probably lean towards supporting.
Okay. Councillor Hunt, did you want to come back on that at all for a question?
No. This could have been very easily resolved, but I don't think the applicant wants to go.
Nick, you wanted to come in before I call upon Councillor Atkins again, but Nick, you wanted to come in quickly?
Yes, just very briefly, Chair, just to say that it is a very difficult approach this because of the different heights at eaves level of both buildings, and I think we have to take great care, bearing in mind that this is a conservation area. There is a difference in form between the two. The extension being proposed, and that is in existence on the left-hand side. And certainly the approach with glass balustrading is a very different situation to what is there at the moment. So I would just urge caution, really. We have to preserve and enhance the character of the conservation area.
Thank you, Nick, for that. Councillor Matt Atkins, please. You had another question, sir. Councillor Atkins.
I was going to switch tack entirely to parking, but if I leave, we have one more question on design before we go on to that. The issue with the raising of the building is flat fronted in terms of both halves, isn't it? So there is no, it would just be a matter of changing the height of the balustrade in order to make the two match. It wouldn't actually change the level. You're not asking them to change the level on which they build the extension, are you? As in raise that up a couple of feet. It would just be literally a case of a higher balustrade to be a matching height with the other one, and then it would otherwise entirely meet, wouldn't it? So you take away the overhang of the eaves and have an entirely meeting of height. There's no actually fundamental change to the central large expansion area, is there? The area of the actual extension.
Matt, would you like to answer that, or Nick?
Yeah, that would be correct. I mean, we're not requiring them to, change the actual the finished floor level within the development. Just that the balustrade at the front meets flush with the balustrade to the side and meets the same height. So they could, pull back the balustrade and increase its height to meet the other side without increasing the internal floor level.
Yeah. Okay. My question on parking. So if Judith wants to finish off on design before I come in on parking, I don't mind. Judith says she has a question on design.
Well, if you want to carry on, Councillor Atkins.
Well, maybe it's not a very difficult question. You said that You said the highways officers have they actually objected on lack of parking? Has any parking study been done, or is it just you're feeling that this area has sufficient parking from your general experience of this area? Matthew.
So no, the highways have objected on a lack of parking. No parking survey was carried out by the applicant. However, in the officer's view of living quite near to the application site, I don't think that the under provision of the lack of parking was a substantive reason for refusal, given that it's in a location very close to the shops along Palmerston Road, bus routes along the Palmerston Road and the Strand, as well as with the train links within a mile of the site.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Moving on to you. Any questions, please, to the officer?
Chair, I think this is a really difficult decision. My question is, I mean, I don't think that it's right for us to be aiming for uniformity, because it is a very odd building and it isn't uniform. Do the officers believe that a good design could be reached if this is refused? Because certainly the flat that's already there at the top is one of the most beautiful flats in the whole of Southsea. But this one does seem to me, and do the officers agree? I don't mind the changes in levels myself, but I do think it's a bit bulky and a bit too far forward and not quite so well hidden away as the other roof extension. Would that be a view you'd take, and therefore contrary to the maintenance of some of the finest buildings in the south of England in the conservation area?
Matthew, would you like to answer that?
Councillor, can you just repeat your question? Sorry, I just had a bit trouble.
Well, I mean, I suppose I'm veering into comment here, but I'm trying not to. I think that the applicant makes a good point about the building being crooked already, and indeed one of the strengths of the new the proposal is that it keeps a bay window there, which isn't on the other side. But would you say that some of the reason that you don't think it's of an acceptably high standard in the conservation area is because of its sheer bulk and the use of the and location of the balustrades? And do you think, that's the first question, and the second question is, do you think the applicant could be persuaded to produce something not the same as the next door one, but something that would be of an acceptable standard?
Two questions there, Matthew, if you want to take each one separately.
Yes, so it was the officer's recommendation that the plans were continued to be kind of refined during the application stage to make it acceptable in terms of its impact on the design and impact on the conservation area. So we would be hopeful that yes, if this was refused, they could come back in, we could work and find a suitable proposal that still redevelops the roof slope, but just probably does it in a slightly more symmetrical and respectful way to the property.
Yeah, I suppose it's the symmetry. I don't think symmetry is quite what we're after, because I think one of the nice features is that continued bay window, which is only on the right-hand side of the building, not the left. But do you think that they could produce something generally more sympathetic?
Nick wants to come in here, Matthew, if that's okay. Nick?
Yes, sorry, member. I think that's right, Councillor Smythe, that we have to have regard to the specific character that is there now, that there is a difference in levels, and we have to. But I agree with Matthew that I don't see why an extension can't be provided on the roof, but we need to just spend a bit more care and time on it to get the design right and sensitive enough, and they haven't achieved that to date, and I don't think it's something that we can achieve through conditions, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Matthew, did you want to add anything to what Nick's just said?
No, nothing.
Okay, so I've got Councillor Lee Hunt. I presume a question, Councillor Hunt?
Sorry, Chair. I forgot what my question was. Oh,
Sorry.
yes. Now, I know along there are some glass balconies, Matt and Nick. There's 1 or 2 glass balconies along there. But as a general rule, are glass balustrades instead of sort of Georgian style, what they call those things on the top of the other side down the left? Not ramparts, what they call them. The feature on the left was a Georgian style of
Railings.
Balustrade, whatever you call it.
Oh, maybe parapet. Well,
Parapets, whatever they're called. I mean, are they, instead of glass? I mean, is that to be encouraged? How would a glass balustrade enhance the conservation area?
Who would like Matthew like to answer that?
Yes, there are examples of glass balustrading along the kind of the Clarence Parade. I think the particular issue in this case is the contrast of the glass cutting into the otherwise built parapet and its kind of placement within the actual front elevation. While glass balustrading can be appropriate and acceptable, it depends on the kind of rhythm and character of the property. In this instance, it's not considered that the insertion of a glass balustrading within kind of a built-up parapet would be considered to be a sympathetic addition.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, anybody else want to ask any more questions to the officer before we move over to comments? No? Okay, we move to comments then. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Lee Hunt, comments, please.
Well, look, I've listened to other members too, and, I can see where they're going.
Hello?
And along the seafront there, I've been around a long time now on the seafront, and for better or worse. But and some people refer to things as quirky and higgledy-piggledy and so on. And there's no question about it. The seafront has got a mixture of styles and materials and so on. But essentially, it is largely a conservation area. Now, we've got some planning officers who want to help us enhance and protect the conservation area. And I think on this occasion that they are right. And I think that we should back them, because if we do start doing glass balustrades all the way along, okay, it kind of modernizes and whatnot the seafront, and it's just which way do we want to go? Do you want to protect and enhance the conservation area? I have a feeling that this can come back very soon in a different form, but I reading between the lines, I think that the officers and the applicant have reached an impasse, and the officers are looking towards us to say to the guy or the girl or whoever, members don't agree with you, they agree with us, and we want a better application than this. The symmetry there, I mean, overall the building, if you actually stand back and look at it, you have to take a double look to think it isn't one building. I know because we know it very well, we can see it is 2 buildings. But it is an important building. It's a start the seafront, it's on a corner site. And the question is, do we want to protect and enhance the seafront and the conservation area? I think that we should. And some mistakes have been made along the way. Too many mistakes, quite frankly. And in this case, I'm going to back the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. So you're going to propose, with the officer's recommendation, is for refusal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Moving on to Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I think this is, I would certainly concede that this is quite a difficult application, because it isn't a cemetery building, and that's just a fact. And therefore, the question is, if you're going to have further development there, what form should it take? And there's multiple answers to that question. I mean, I think personally, and this, I prefer in such situations not to go to not to err on the side of trying to create a pastiche and to turn something into something that it isn't. But that's a personal opinion. Maybe shares, maybe not, but that's my view. There are certainly quite a few glass balustrades on the seafront, albeit a lot of them, I mean, I can't recall any recent planning applications for them, so they may have been there for quite some time, but certainly on the South Parade stretch of the seafront, they are common. So look, I mean, my opinion, I find this to be an acceptable design. That's my view. And therefore, I would like to propose it subject to agreement of Section 106 agreement. And let's see where it goes. But I mean, I think that it's a tricky scheme, and I have some sympathy also for what Councillor Smythe says about, well, maybe it should be positioned further back. I mean, it's not clear cut. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, personally, I think it is of an acceptable standard, so I wish to propose it.
So let me get me right. So you're proposing to overturn the officer's recommendation and grant the application. Is that what you're saying, Councillor Luke Stubbs?
Subject to a 106 agreement, yes.
Yeah, subject to the 106. I'm sure Juliet will, make sure it's right if we get that far. Thank you very much. So that's proposed for yourself. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Your comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, I think I'd like to second Councillor Stubbs's proposal there of refusing officer's recommendation and therefore granting permission for this. There seems to be lots of positives here, but only one contentious negative, I think, really. And, it does meet the 5-year land supply. It seems like a very airy, open development, so light standards are met. We can't really consider parking, regardless, the officer said that that won't really have a huge impact. If it were bigger, I think we would complain that it's too big. So, the element that says that it's too small in some areas, I think, is one which is quite contentious. And it's unlikely to impact on neighbours, isn't it? I'm a big fan of where things meet size standards. Of course, this does. We often put through applications that don't meet size standards that they go through. So we should reward those or award those that do meet them. And I think where the glass is located, it's already lower anyway. So it's all about that conservation issue for me, which I think is slightly contentious. But actually, the seafront is a conglomerate of styles with lots of different things along that skyline. So I think all of a sudden for us to start saying that we want uniformity leaves us open to claims of moving goalposts. So I feel uneasy, I think, suggesting conditions on this that dictate development should be mimicking neighbouring buildings. It looks like quite a well-considered application already. So a number of reasons to approve. One that I'm not convinced by in terms of refusal, especially considering that previous applications have gone through on appeal, and I'm not in favour of wasting money. So certainly happy to second Councillor Stubbs's proposal.
Thank you for that, Councillor. So we've got one on the table. Councillor Matt Atkins, please. You were next.
Chair, Councillor Jones just sent me a message to say she's dropped out of the meeting, having heard all of Councillor Stubbs' speech. So she would like us to wait for her so she can get back in and speak in vote the item if she wants to. So can we wait for a moment?
Yes,
of course. Jones, thanks.
We'll give her a couple of minutes, and if not, we'll take a break and just give her time to get in. Obviously, I can't break. Sorry, I can't break at the moment because that would be unfair. So I have to carry on. Sorry. I'll wait for her.
If she can't rejoin in a couple of moments, I guess I'll just say what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's okay.
She would like someone to send a link through to her info@donnajones.org.uk email address. I haven't got the link immediately to hand.
Can someone do that for us, please?
Councillor Atkins, could you read out that email address again, please? And I'll send the link.
info@donnajones.org.uk.
Okay, I'll do that now. 1 second.
Yes, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Councillor. Can we wait for Donna to come back in first?
Yeah. she with us?
I think she's having to switch devices, Chair, so it might take a moment or two.
I've sent the link through.
Lovely. I can't really break halfway through a...
No,
that's a problem. I'd say, you know, have 10 minutes, but I can't do it, I'm afraid. Donna Jones is waiting in the lobby.
Hello, Chairman. Can you see me?
Councillor Donna Jones.
Right, my laptop is now firing back up again, but in the
Thank
meantime,
you.
on my iPad. Sorry about this.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Judith Small, you want to make a comment in a second. I just want to go back to Councillor Donna Jones. Did you miss any of the conversations that were going? It's just so that we make sure that it's all fair and that you've heard everybody. I was up to Councillor Atkins, or did you want us to go back?
I heard all of Luke Stubbs speaking, and then when Luke finished speaking, I think either you or someone else started saying something, either you or Juliet. I can't remember. Anyway, that's when it cut out. So
okay. So Juliet, are you happy? Sorry, 1 second. Juliet, are you happy for me to carry on with Councillor Atkins and that Councillor Donna Jones has said that?
Yes, I think Eze also wanted to
yes,
come in, didn't he?
Yes.
Provided Donna's
Chair,
heard
may
everything, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, may I just point out that Councillor Atkins spoke after Councillor Stubbs.
Yeah.
So Councillor Jones may have not heard
Councillor
that.
Norton spoke after Councillor.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. Sorry,
yes.
Councillor Norton. Apologise.
I just want to make sure it's all fair in case anybody, you know, has an issue afterwards.
I don't know if Councillor Norton wants to repeat what he said or.
Yes, Councillor Norton, can you remember what
I
you
can
said?
try. The crux of it was that I supported the Councillor Stubbs's proposal in refusing officers' recommendations. I feel that there are many reasons to support this, but the conservation is slightly contentious or ambiguous. So I actually feel like it's something that we should be putting through. Is that okay?
Yeah, and Councillor Terry Norton seconded Councillor Luke Stubbs' proposal to overturn the officers for approval subject to the 106. I think I've said that correct. Yes, that's good. Okay, so I think we're almost there now. Councillor Atkins, can we come back to you, sir?
Yes, but if Eze wants to jump in.
Eze, did you want to jump in now?
Yes, Councillor. I thought it would probably best to kind of expand or amplify the officer's reasoning in arriving at this recommendation to members. If I can ask Matthew, if it's okay with councillors, just to pull up the isometric of the roof plan or the roof views of the roof, and just kind of break it down a little bit in terms of what we looked at internally in supporting his recommendation to bring this forward. If you could just move down the slide a bit, Matthew. If you could come to the slide, not the one, just move down. If we stop on this one first, then I will go back to the elevation, looking at the seafront. So the issue we had here was the close proximity of the roof extension or the upper floor to the existing parapet. What we can pick out from the adjoining property is that there's a setback. Don't know quite what distance, I could assume about a meter or thereabout setback from that. And that gives the impression that it's not top heavy, which is one, and then it's not more or less it's not quite intrusive into the visual and into conservation area. That is not what we have in this application that we have in front of us. And I bet that the front windows of the roof extension, the parapet, both those combinations does have a visual impact. But it is the bulk of it at close proximity to the parapet. I bet it's almost like it's starting off from where the parapet stops on the side elevation. And when you look at that from the front, it's a lot bulkier than what you would see at the adjacent property. So we're not looking at mimicking or asking them to in sense of being the same as what has been done there in terms of symmetric. But we're just saying that when you look at that, as we see probably in the previous applications that were done with the Fontaine House, we're looking at this and we're saying it's a lot bulkier, it's top heavy. It terminates the roof on a flat, as a flat roof, whereas the adjacent property as it rises, then terminates with a pitch roof, a low angled pitch roof. And so that overall gives a feeling of lightness to it, with that setback, with the roof form, gives and the windows, again, when you're looking at it, it's not covering the vast expanse of that front elevation. Because when you look at the existing host property, the proportion of the ratio of the windows with the brick in terms is a bit plus or minus half, 50 or 50. But this one, for the front elevation, it's got this mass expanse of window. So without the combination of all these features that they've put forward is where we have a concern, and we say the bulk of it and the design of it, the appearance of it, we have concerns about. I thought I'd just amplify that, councillors.
Thank you, Rezi, for that. Councillor Atwell, please. Sorry, Atkins. Sorry, Councillor Atkins. Sorry.
Yeah. Is it possible, I know it's a little out of order, Chair, but to ask any quick clarification question about what he just said?
Yeah.
Of course.
The designs that we just saw on the slide make it look like the front of the two rooftop extensions are roughly level. Are you telling us that the new one would be further forward into the street scene than the existing one?
Add a side elevation and a bit to the front, but it's also higher than what is to the adjacent property. Yes.
So it goes out to the side over the edge of the existing building.
Yeah.
It comes slightly further forward to the front, and it is slightly taller.
Yeah.
Okay. So what you are asking them to do is reduce the footprint of it slightly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit setbacks. It gives what the norm would be for when you have roof extensions of this nature, for them to set back from the edges of the existing roof, to give them a light touch to them, so they most likely are floating. And again, you almost, if it's going to be that flat a roof, you don't want it to be too high because it becomes quite obvious again. It becomes top heavy to what you're looking the host property. And that's what. Yeah.
So the changes you're asking for to the overhang will cause them to have to move the footprint of the extension back slightly, make it slightly smaller.
Back slightly, yes.
Yeah, on both the side and the front. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I am coming to you, Councillor Smythe, but Councillor Chris Atwell got in just before you on the RTS. So,
I haven't actually made my comment yet.
Sorry,
Chair.
sorry. Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Although that is something that I would take into account. That is interesting to hear that clarification. I'm not quite picked up on the fact that the actual footprint of the extension overhangs the existing roof size of the building. I think the thing that is troubling me a lot about this application is that the applicant has chosen to die in a ditch over this change, which surprises me a lot. Equally, we as a local planning authority, we could say have chosen to die in a ditch over it, but it's become a loggerhead position over what seems like a relatively small difference. And I guess I've been putting that down thus far to a disagreement, a sort of architectural disagreement, and it would almost have been helpful to have had the applicant here in person to question about their architectural view. Though if there is a change in footprint, perhaps it is swinging. There is a possibility it is a partially, at least, financial consideration, which I have less sympathy with. If I felt, I think though, in the end, I'm leaning towards the belief that it seems like the applicant genuinely believes their architectural approach is better, and a better fit for Park House. And it's interesting that so many residents have come forward agreeing with that view, and I do find that quite compelling and difficult to ignore. So I am now in a bit of a conundrum about it. I was going to side with Councillor Norton and Councillor Stubbs and say that we should grant permission here, because I think I was viewing it largely as an architectural disagreement about what is the most appropriate way to resolve the roofline of this building, because we have Victorian next to Edwardian. I'm not sure I think the applicant's design perfectly is continuing in the Edwardian vein, but I do feel it should actually be different to the Victorian roof extension next door. I think there should be differences between the two. So in terms of symmetry, I actually don't agree that there should be symmetry. I think there should be dissymmetry. I think that the new one should look in some way distinctly more Edwardian. But I don't have the expertise to tell you whether or not the current design proposed by the applicant is more Edwardian, whereas the other is more Victorian. So I'm left in a slightly difficult situation. I think ultimately, with my lack of knowledge on the architecture, I will probably still lean towards supporting the applicant, who seems to be backed by their applicant, by their architect, and by a number of other residents. So I think I probably will ultimately lean towards voting still with Councillor Stubbs and Councillor Norton. But I'm still open to persuasion in the rest of the debate, if we think it's either purely financial or if we think it's a worth resolution for the building.
There's a few other people wanting. Yeah, thank you. There's a few other people wanting to talk, so they may persuade you yet. Councillor Chris Atwell, and then I'm going to go slightly. Okay, Councillor Atwell, thank you for waiting so patiently.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, it is really tricky. I mean, I certainly don't want the world to be sort of set in aspic, but the conservation area guidelines are clear. It says where roof extensions are permitted, they should match the existing property in respect of design and materials. And, you know, the glass cutting into the built parapet certainly doesn't match the existing property. So unless I'm missing something, we'd be going against the conservation area guidelines. You know, I'm happy to, again, rather like Councillor Atkins, be persuaded otherwise, but
I'm still after a seconder for Councillor Hunt for refusal yet, but
I'm going to. But I think Councillor
Judith Smythe is coming in there. I think Councillor Smythe, thank you for being so patient. A couple of things. One is, I know you had a question.
I want to second Councillor Hunt. Yes. I think it's we have relatively few conserved buildings and a rather small conservation area for a city of our size in some ways. I think I'm not at all bothered about questions of balance. In fact, the other extension on the roof is quite modern. It's not Edwardian or Victorian. It's modern and very nice, but it's just too big what's been asked for here. And I think it is bulky. It will affect the whole area, and it could provide us a precedent in the way we treat our conservation area, which is very important. I don't object to the principle of A development up there, but what they've put on is too big and too near the parapet. So I would like to second Councillor Hunt's proposal that we go with the officer's recommendation and hope for a better application next time round.
Yes, okay. So any more comments before we go to the votes, as they say?
Oh, no? And by the way, it is quite possible. I don't know the addresses of the people who are supporting it. But if one was living in the block of flats, and it's a very large block overall, it may be that it's going to reduce people's maintenance charges a bit to share them out between one more. And in some ways, they've got an interest in wanting their annual maintenance charges to go around. And if the addresses of all the people are from in there, then they don't really have, you know, they're not able to see it, and it might reduce their maintenance. But in any event, I would go with upholding the officer's recommendation to put something more sensitive. Can be interesting, new, can be interestingly in design. I don't want to pastiche, but it's too big. It hangs over the edge and it's too bulky, in my view.
Thank you. Nick, you wanted to come in before we sum up?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things briefly. One was if subject to the outcome of the votes, if it is to go with officer recommendation to refuse, if the reason for refusal, I think there was a request that it makes a specific reference to the frontage. So just to make sure that that is minuted and addressed it'll be left in officers' hands to amend the reason for refusal along those lines. The other point was just to reiterate what's in the NPPF, and it does say that permission should be refused for development of poor design that fails to take the opportunities available for improving the character and quality of an area. So I just wanted to remind members that. Thank you.
Councillor Terry Norton.
Thank you, Chair. No, we often hear that from the NPF, and then we have appeals that are lost, costing us money. So how confident do officers feel that this will be upheld on appeal, if appealed?
Nick, did you?
Yes, I would say, Chair, that we are confident on this. It's just too incongruous in its current form, and it needs further thought, and we do need to preserve and enhance the established character of the conservation area, and this doesn't do that, I'm afraid.
Okay, Councillor Norton, was that okay for you? Yeah, any more comments then, members? Okay, so Juliet, just to make sure I've got it right, the first thing that we're going to be voting on is proposed by Councillor Leigh Hunt and seconded by Judith Smythe, and this is, the recommendation is for refusal. That's what we're voting on first of all, is that correct?
I thought Luke Stubbs proposed that we grant permission, and
right.
that was seconded by Terry Norton.
Terry Norton. Sorry, that's the first one I've got to go with.
Is that other officers noted that?
Yes, sorry, I was just making sure which I've got to put on the table first to go.
What happened was I made a proposal first of all. It wasn't seconded for a while. There was some conversation. Luke made his proposition. That got properly seconded. Subsequently, my proposition to support the officer's recommendation was seconded.
Yes, that's how I recall it. Chair, on this one, I would ask the planning officer to run through what the reasons are for the grant of permission.
So yes, so the vote then, Juliet, before I go, will be with Luke Stubbs and Terry Norton first of all. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So would Nick or Matthew be able to just go over what Juliet's just said?
It's just to clarify the reasons for the overturn.
Yeah. Yes. Could we just have the clarifications that if it does go against them, that they approve it? Yeah.
So, Chair, you're talking about the reasons for approval. Should that vote be carried?
That's what Juliet's saying. Yes. If
Well,
it should be carried.
Essentially, I think it would be that the proposed development would provide a satisfactory form of design that would preserve the character of the conservation area. That's really as much as needs to be said, to be honest.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Okay, Juliet.
And it would be, I'm assuming it would be subject to conditions. I don't know if officers want to go through the conditions, and a Section 106 agreement for the SPA, bird aware and nitrates.
Yes, it would. The conditions we'd need to put on the time limit, which I think we limit to a year because of the nitrates issue and the need to resolve the Section 106, specifying the approved drawings, what they would be, and the materials the details of materials to be submitted and approved prior to installation. And compliance with the drawings to be approved. Yeah.
And I would also advise that you can delegate for the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to add or amend or vary those conditions as well.
Okay. Did you get that, Nick?
Yes. Yeah. I agree.
Thank you. Judith Smythe, as Councillor Judith Smythe.
Just on this particular point, Nick, I was surprised to hear you recommending that we gave as a reason for approving this, that it was in line with the conservation area. Surely we just approve it and then put the conditions on, because I don't want to make us a hostage to fortune should we have appeals of a similar nature coming up and are quoted for saying it's all okay when some of us think it wasn't. If I mean, it might not go through that way, but if it did.
We are required to give the reasons for approval.
Yeah, it has to be very clear. Yeah. Nick?
Yes, I think my view would be that if members come to a conclusion that they vote in favour of it, I think there has to be a reason for that. And obviously members, if there is a majority vote, are satisfied that it does preserve and enhance the character of the conservation area. Obviously it goes against officers' recommendations, whether the solicitor has a particular view on that wording. I'm not too sure, but I do think that we need to be clear, that we are satisfied with the development if we're going to be approving it.
Ezzy, you wanted to jump in?
Yes, Councillor. I think with the reason to given by members is simply just to rewrite the reason for refusal. So where it said it would be in conflict or contrary to those policies, members will be saying that they do not believe that it would be, and I believe it will be in accordance with those policies.
Okay. Is that okay for everyone? Anybody else want to jump in before we go to a vote? No? Okay then. Judith, Julie, could you just, do you want me just to repeat again what we're voting for? Would you like to do it? Just so I've got it typed up.
I think the planning officers would be better to give you the reason for the overturn. But yes, it would be a recommendation to grant conditional planning permission subject to satisfactory completion of the legal agreement to secure the nitrates and bird aware contributions. It would also be to delegate the authority to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to amend conditions where necessary. And is there anything else? Sorry, I'm just checking.
That's fine.
And then there's the usual third recommendation that delegated authority be granted to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to refuse planning permission if the legal agreement to secure the development as nutrient neutral pursuant to the recommendation has not been satisfied completely within 4 months of the date of the resolution. So I think we're
just about this. And that was proposed, wasn't it, Juliet, by Councillor Luke Stubbs and seconded by Councillor Terry Norton. I take it they don't want to add any more to that. Is that correct? That's fine.
Yes, that's
everything
correct.
Okay, Jim? So that's what we're voting on, members, at the moment. Everybody understand? Yes? Okay then. So I now call upon Councillor Judith Smythe, please, to indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain? Hope I've said that right.
I'm voting against the planning application with the officers, so I'm voting against this motion, I think. Is that right?
Yes. That would be right, wouldn't it, if people say against?
Just to clarify, the motion is for approval, so if you are against approval.
I'm against.
Sorry. Councillor Smythe, is something wrong with your microphone? Sorry.
I am against approval.
Against approval.
Yep.
Sorry, Chair, I don't think it's Councillor
I'm against this motion.
Someone else's, yeah. Councillor Smythe's microphone's working fine. It's someone else's. That noise is when she was on mute.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just making sure everything's okay, switched off. Everyone's switched off. Sorry, Councillor Judith Smythe. I'm going to have to go back to you again, just so make sure we've got it again, just that we couldn't hear you. So, Councillor Judith Smythe.
I am against this proposal to approve it.
Against, okay. Okay, hopefully that's it. Okay, Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Are you for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain? Hopefully I've said that correct.
I think this is a very challenging decision, but I think on balance, I am for the motion to give approval.
Oh, okay. Councillor Chris Atwell, please indicate for or against the motion. Do you wish to abstain?
Against.
Against, okay. Councillor Lee Hunt, please indicate you for or against the motion. Do you wish to abstain?
Against.
Councillor Donna Jones, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
It is a tricky one. For.
Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
I am for, Chair.
Councillor Luke Stubbs, for or against, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
And it's myself, I'm against it. So I'm against that. So we're just waiting for somebody to give us the totals.
Chair, I understand that that was 4 for and 4 against, so the motion is drawn.
So is it down to me?
Yes, Chair.
Well, I'm going. Well, my vote would have been I would agree with the recommendation of the officers for refusal, whatever that is. So I would refuse it if it was coming up in front of me, whatever that means. So I would agree with officers.
So your second vote would be against the
same
motion.
Same as Councillor Lee Hunt, Julia.
Yes, that's therefore that motion has failed. Failed.
Okay.
So we then need to look at the recommendation for the motion for approval.
For approval. Okay, so that's what we're voting on next. Is that correct, Julia?
Sorry, I got that wrong.
It is difficult.
we are now considering the motion for refusal as per the officer's recommendation. Sorry if I confused people there.
That's what we're voting on now, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay then. So I'm going to go down there again. Councillor Judith Smythe, please indicate if you're for or against that motion, or do you wish to abstain?
I'm for this motion to refuse this application.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
I'm against.
Okay. Councillor Chris Atwell, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For, Chair.
Councillor Lee Hunt, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Donna Jones, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
Against.
Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
Against.
Councillor Luke Stubbs, you for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain? Feedback. Sorry, Councillor Norton, could you repeat that again, just to make sure I've got it? Councillor Terry Norton, please vote if you're for or against the motion. Do you wish to abstain?
Yeah, against, Chair.
Okay, and it's down to me, and I would be for that. So I think it's tied, isn't it?
Chair,
yes.
may I just ask Councillor Stubbs to please say how he voted, please, because I didn't catch that.
Sorry, Councillor Luke Stubbs, what did you decide to vote for?
I voted against.
Against, yes.
Sorry, Chair, what did you say for yourself?
I'm for it. I think it's tied again.
Again, it's tied, Chair, so you can have your casting vote.
I totally agreed with the officers from start to finish, so I'm going to go that recommendations for refusal, so I'm going with that.
Therefore, planning permission has been refused in accordance with the officers' recommendations.
Yes, that's correct. Okay, thank you very much, members. We've got there. Do we want a 10 minutes break, or are we happy to carry on?
I think a break would be good. I would think a break would be quite good for the brains.
Okay, yeah, okay then. So shall we have what? It's 23 minutes past. Shall we go 4:35 then? Okay.
My brain hurts.
Okay. 4:35 members. We look forward to seeing you then. Thank you so much, and just remind you all, obviously, that the mics will still be on. People can still hear us. 4:35, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
time did we say, Chair? Sorry.
Yeah, it's about time now, I think, Councillor, whenever people start coming in.
Okay, Chair, I will take off the adjournment slide.
Lovely.
There you are.
Lovely. We just do good afternoon to members of the public that may be watching. We're just making sure that all the councillors and members are here and the officers are here before we start on the next application. So if councillors are mindful to switch on their computers, thank you. I think we're waiting for Councillor Hunt.
I'm here. We had a disaster in the house whilst we were away. I came down, I went to the cake tin, and all my cherry cake has been nabbed. Outrageous.
Terrible. Never mind. Lovely to have you back.
Likes it, but they've all decided to eat it.
Well, you should have passed it along, Councillor. Right. Okay. So is that all members with us, Jane? Is that all the members on?
I'm just having a look now, so bear with me one moment, please.
That's all right.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All the officers are on, I take it. Ready for Matthew. Matthew, you're with us? Matthew, are you with us?
Yes, Chair. Yes.
That's fine. Okay. I don't want to introduce you and find you're not there. That's all. Okay, then, members of the public, good afternoon and welcome back again. So we're now moving on to the next planning application, and I understand it's number 39 to 40, the High Street, and Matthew is going to introduce this planning application. Hand over now to Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again, members. If someone could say it when they can see the slide, hopefully.
Yes, that's clear.
Lovely. Okay. So, to begin with, members' attention is drawn to supplementary matters. Following the members' briefing on Friday and following discussions with the applicant, an additional condition is proposed to the Commission, requiring the proposed glass balustrade to be of a clear glazing and not coloured or obscured. This is to ensure that the proposal is lightweight and non-disruptive towards the character and appearance of the conservation area and the setting of the nearby listed assets. The application is being presented to committee due to a deputation request by a member of the public. This application, you can see before you, relates to a 4-storey corner building which features commercial uses at ground floor level and 3 flats at 1st to 4th level above. You can see on the corner, it's the corner property with the beauty nails and cafe at the ground floor. The building is located on the corner of High Street and Pembroke Road and is within the Old Portsmouth Conservation Area. To the southwest of the southwest of the site is the Grade 2 listed, the Dolphin Hotel, and then immediately opposite to the northwest of the site is the Grade 1 listed Cathedral Church of St. Thomas of Canterbury, so shown there opposite the site. Here you can see some views of the property, one of the main elevation fronting the High Street and one of the main side elevation that fronts Pembroke Road. Additionally, you can see the existing balustrading driven from the roof terrace, and which is a black metal design, and the existing paved roof terrace. Planning permission is being sought for the installation of roof terrace balustrading following the removal of the existing balustrading. The existing balustrading is metal tubular balustrading, which measures to a height of 1 metre. And the proposed replacement balustrading would follow the majority of the footprint of the existing balustrading, though it would be set back from the northwestern elevation by 1.25 metres, The proposed frameless glass balustrading would measure 1.1 metres in height and so represent an overall increase of 0.1 metres. As mentioned within supplementary matters, the balustrading would be conditioned to be of a clear glass. It is noted that a previous application was refused on the site in 2018 for the replacement of balustrading to the property. This was refused as the proposal was considered to be excessively bulky in design, incongruous and overly dominant towards the roofscape of the property. The previous application featured a heavier black metal balustrading and with a vertical emphasis. The main issues for determination within this application, therefore, are whether the previous reasons for refusal have been overcome by this new proposal, having regard to the principal, design and impact on heritage assets and the amenity. Here you can see the existing and proposed front elevation and the existing and proposed side elevation, so with the new frameless glass balustrading in situ, proposed in situ. And here you can see the southeast elevation, so the rear of the property as existing and as proposed, and the southwest, so the opposite side of the other side of the building, existing and proposed. Here you can see the inner details, the existing and proposed roof plan, which illustrates the setback of the roof terrace and balustrading away from the Grade 1 listed heritage assets and slightly away from the Dolphin Pub, so it wouldn't be read as much when viewed from street level. Here you can see the finer details of the proposed balustrading, so just the 1:50 drawing of the proposed balustrading, the existing balustrading that's in situ at the moment, and this is the previously proposed design. The previously refused proposal featured a bulkier design, as mentioned, which had a dense configuration of vertical bars that were more readily visible from the street scene as viewed from the High Street, Lombard Street and Pembroke Road, and also from the grounds of the cathedral. The proposal has set the balustrade further back from the edge of the roof slope, as well as making use of frameless glass balustrading, which is decidedly less bulky and visible. As such, the proposal is considered to preserve the character and appearance of the old Portsmouth Conservation Area, the setting of the nearby list of buildings, and to have overcome the previously identified reason for refusal. Just to touch on the amenity impact of the proposal, given the nature of the proposal, it's not considered to present any significant harm towards the surrounding neighbouring amenity. It is acknowledged that the replacement of the railings may lead to a greater level of use of the roof terrace. However, there's no condition restricting the existing use of the roof terrace, and it's already got unrestricted access by an existing external staircase that takes you to the existing flats. As such, it's not reasonable to consider that the proposal would result in an increase in overlooking or result in an increased loss of privacy. Taking into consideration the appropriate design of the proposal and its limited impact upon the surrounding properties, it is considered that the proposal would preserve the character and appearance of the conservation area and is in accordance with policy PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan. I've got two deputations, one from a local resident objecting and one from the applicant. I'll just read the neighbour's objection comment and deputation first.
Thank you.
With regards to the original objection from the 10th of December 2020 to the proposed changes of railings to the roof of 39 to 40 High Street, Old Portsmouth, I understand that members of the public are currently not able to address the planning committee. I therefore appreciate, in lieu of an actual deputation, that you repeat to the committee my objections, which I enclose below. Number one, the railings will be taller than the existing ones and would thus be more intrusive into the street composition, which includes the city's Church of England Cathedral St. Thomas. Any change and modernisation to the adjoining roof lines may well impact poorly on this fine historic structure. The use of steel and glass may well generate reflections, etc., intrusive to the sensitive street scene. Number two, the introduction of a solid modern barrier, albeit semi-transparent, will mean that social gatherings, barbecues or parties may well take place in this space for the first time and for the foreseeable future. This may result in, possibly inadvertently, antisocial behaviour that would be detrimental to the surrounding houses and flats. To quote our famous writer, "This is the dog that didn't bark, In the applicant's design and access statement, the applicant does not fully allude to the likely new future uses, but merely confines discussion to the technical matters of railing specification, etc. This would in effect a new use being created, in effect by accident or indeed stealth, for what before was simply a safe access to maintain this roof space. With the likely increased use, this space would be corresponding with the corresponding lowering of privacy, again, to the surrounding houses and flats due to the ability to look down into spaces and windows here, there too not possible. For these reasons, I would ask the committee to refuse this proposal in full. Yours sincerely, Terence Henderson. I'll now read the applicant's statement. We wish to remind the planning committee that our client's leaseholder has the right under the terms of their lease to utilise the space as a roof garden, and at present this is deemed unsafe for use until such time the railings have been replaced. The right was first granted in 1986 when the lease was created, and therefore the roof space has been in use for circa 35 years, and as far as we are aware, no complaints have ever been received regarding its use. In addition, the leaseholder of Flat 3 is the only leaseholder within this building with rights to access this roof space, and has convened it with our client not to cause annoyance or noise disturbance to be audible outside of the property between the hours of 11 p.m. and 8 a.m. That's all of the deputations. Members have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew, there. Very detailed, I must say. So questions to the officer. Luke Stubbs, please. Councillor Luke Stubbs, you got in there first.
Well, it's not a question. It's about, well, it is a question, but it's not a question for the planning officers. It's for Juliet Gill, which is the deputation from the resident came from Terry Henderson, who was a councillor on this authority of the same party as myself a while back, whether we have to declare any form of interest in this application and whether we can sit on it.
Good point, Councillor. Juliet, would you be able to answer that, please, for Councillor Luke Stubbs, please?
And he is still a party member as well, by the way.
Thank you, Councillor Donna Jones. Juliet, they're saying that if you didn't miss that, that he's still a party member of the Conservatives.
No, I don't think you need to declare an interest unless they're a close associate of yourself. So if any of you are close friends with him, it might be sensible to declare now and not continue.
I suppose it's what you call friends. I don't know. It's not down to me. It's up to the councillors individually to declare if they wish to declare, Juliet. So I'm going to hand it back over.
Yeah, I mean, being in the same party doesn't necessarily mean you've got a personal and prejudicial interest. No. Which property was the deputation? Which property does he reside in?
Do you see that give way sign in the front of the picture? Next, there's the one with that on it.
Yeah.
Oh, the give way sign. Oh, so over the side of the road. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Diagonally opposite.
Okay, thank you.
So it's up to members then. So I'll chuck it out there. You've heard what Juliet said. Do you want any more clarification from her? Or are you happy to carry on, Councillor? Or
yeah, can I? So, I mean, I know Terry sort of reasonably well, and he is in the same constituency party as me as well. I'm not sure this is going to apply to the other Conservative members, but I think on balance that I should declare an interest in this and withdraw from the item.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stubbs. If you switch yourself off, and then we'll get back to you. We'll give you a couple of minutes to get back on. Thank you very much. Councillor Donna Jones, do you want me to carry on, or happy for me to carry on?
Yeah, no, I've got no declaration to make.
Okay, everyone else okay? All right, thank you very much for that. So now we'll go back to questions from members, please. Any questions to the officer, to Matthew, please, at all? Any questions regarding the application? No questions? Okay. We go to comments then, members, very quickly. Comments from members. Someone must. Thank you very much. Councillor Matt Atkins. Councillor Atkins, please.
Sorry, it was actually a rather late question, Chair.
All right, okay, we're going back to question. That's fine. We did call it out once, but we'll go back to question then.
Sorry, was there a picture of what the new railings would look like, and in what ways are they substantially different from the previous refused application? I meant, is there a picture of, there's not more than the design, is there? There's not something indicative of what this glass and steel structure looks like or how substantial it is, and just why is it different from the refused application in 2013?
Matt, can you answer that one? Matt's having some problems, I think. Matt, are you with us? Nick, can you answer that if Matt can't? Yeah, Nick. I'll go over to you then, Nick. Sorry.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't quite know what's happening there, but the previous refused balustrading comprised much tighter set of railings. I think you can see them there. The officers brought them up at the top, so it was much more visible and prominent. There's no sort of views through the balustrading effectively from a distance, whereas now it's really frameless glass balustrading, would be clear glazed, secured by condition, so effectively a much lighter appearance on the roof.
Thank you.
We're not having happening with Matt there by the sounds of it. Councillor Atkins, was that okay for you? Yeah?
Yes, that's fine, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions then before... I'll be back in the meeting. Sorry for short. Yeah, okay. He's having some problems, but he'll get back to us in a second. Okay then. So shall we move on to comments, members, I think now, because I think we've done questions. So comments, I've got Councillor Lee Hunt, please, for a comment, please, on this application.
Yeah, I think it's better for me to propose this one. And so I propose the officer's report. Some people might say, oh, glass balustrades again in sort of a conserved area, but this improves the situation, no question about it. You don't see this ugly bar going around, this handrail thing, and the glass will be a much lighter and see-through, as long as they keep it clean, and I'm sure they will, see-through way of doing things up there.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So you're proposing we go
yes,
with the recommendation. Thank you very much, Councillor. We're still on. He's back in the meeting. Peter's back in the meeting as well. So welcome back. So I've got one comment. Any more comments from Judith Smythe? Councillor Judith Smythe, please.
I'd like to second that recommendation to approve the officer's report, please, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair, can I just check that's with the additional conditions set out in the supplementary matters sheet for the colour of the glass?
Yes.
Yeah, the colour of the glass. Yes, that's with that, and I check that's the same with you, Councillor Hunt, with the recommendation of the glass as well.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as you're both happy with that, that's absolutely fine. So, got a proposal and a seconder. Any more comments, members, before we go to the vote at all? No, okay. Do the officer want to add anything else to this, Matthew? Are you back with us in the room before we take the vote?
Hello, Councillor.
Thank you very much. So we'll just go back to, so Juliet, if you just make sure I've got it right then. So we're voting, we've been proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt and seconded by Councillor Judith Smythe to go with the officer's recommendation with the glass, the coloured glass, is that correct? You might be able to put it better than me.
I should just say, Chair, it's non-coloured glazing.
Non-coloured glass, sorry.
As per the recommendation in the SMAP.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Nick, for clarifying that. So that's what we're voting on then, members, if everyone's happy. So, Councillor Judith Smythe, are you for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain on that?
For.
Councillor Matthew Atkins, for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Atwell, please indicate you're for or against the motion, do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Lee Hunt, please, if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Donna Jones, indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For, Chair.
Thank you very much. And obviously Councillor Luke Stubbs isn't with us, Councillor Claire Oudey isn't with us, and myself, I'm for that as well. So I think you'll find that is, I think that's a top score, I think. Yes,
Chair, that motion is carried.
so that has been carried. Thank you so much, members. So that was very speedy. So we're moving on, I think, to the last application, if I'm correctly, because this is item number 9, and it's at Fontenay House. Is that correct? Grand Parade, Portsmouth, and this is item number 9. And IKEA is going to is going to present that.
Thank you. It's Ike, Chairman. Thank you.
Ike. Yes, as in Tina Turner and Eichmann. That's what I try and
absolutely.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. Ike, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. I'm just going to put up my. I'm just going to put the screen up now and share. Well, basically share my screen with you guys. Can you see my screen at all?
Yes, we can, but it's small.
I love. Ah, right. Okay. There we go.
Much better.
Thank you. The application that I'm now presenting is planning application reference 2000158 FUL, with the site being Fontenay House, Grand Parade. This application seeks planning permission for the construction of a roof extension to form a 2-bedroom apartment within Class C, with a roof terrace and alterations to the existing building. These alterations would include improvement works to the brickwork and introduction of render to the ground floor. The plans are also seeking to extend the staircase and balconies. The application property relates to a 3-story brick build dating back to the 1950s and is situated on the western side of Grand Parade, immediately at the junction with the High Street. The site is located within Old Portsmouth Conservation Area and adjacent to a number of designated heritage assets, the most significant being the Grade 2 listed buildings of 63 High Street to the west, 60 High Street to the north on the opposite side of Grand Parade, and the Grade 2 listed telephone box located adjacent to number 60 High Street. I'll just show you on the slides. So this is the application building here. So it's actually on the corner of the High Street and Grand Parade, right here. The block is currently comprised of 8 flats. Planning permission was allowed in October of 2013 to construct a single-story extension to the roof to form 2 flats, including raising the existing parapet wall. This application seeks to construct a single-story extension to house a single flat. The applicant's plans propose that the roof would be slightly raised by approximately 0.5 of a meter beyond the highest part of the already approved building. The roof of the building would be used as a terrace with frameless clear glazing railings surrounding. In addition to this, the plans propose improvements to the facade of the building, and these would include render to the ground floor as well as application of a new brick facade to match those of the surrounding historic buildings. The plans propose lightweight materials such as zinc cladding and glazing to the extension. In reference to the appearance of the extension within the locality, the appeal inspector commented that additional height would be seen in the context of the variety of heights and styles of the surrounding buildings, and that it was not felt that it would appear overly prominent, particularly as its overall height would be less than that of number 60. In terms of the previous applications to the site, there was one which was approved in 2013, and that was for a single-story structure which would house 2 flats. There was that was allowed an appeal. There was also a following application which was proposing 2 stories, and that was refused and also dismissed on appeal. In terms of the proposals, so this is the approved, which was approved in 2013, and that there you can see this is the northern elevation showing what's being proposed at the top. Down here, this is the proposed application, and it shows the difference being it's slightly higher, raised. The reason for that, well, as the applicants have indicated, is it's really for insulation. Above that, they're looking to have a balcony, a sort of balustrades around a roof terrace here, and that's all going to be in frameless clear glazing. The design as proposed incorporates a setback of the additional floor from the existing elevation, and this would ensure that the additions proposed appears subordinate and does not dominate the host building. Here we've got, this is what was proposed afterwards. I believe this was, so just bear with me one sec. Just gonna have a go. So yes, this was proposed afterwards. This is looking at the western elevation. Sorry, I've missed the slide. So this here it is on 2 floors, and this is what's currently being proposed.
Winchester, did that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. And then when we move on to the southern elevation, these are the differences in what's been proposed and what's already been approved. Moving further on, we've got these are the CGIs comparing all 3 of them. So we've got up here what was approved. We've also got here what was being proposed and was refused even at appeal. And this is what the applicants are currently seeking. Now, this here shows with views from the northern elevation what's been approved, and this is what was proposed and refused, and this is what's currently being proposed. In terms of the floor plans, this was approved on appeal. This is what was approved on appeal back in 2013. This is what's being sought. There is a slight difference here in the sense that the applicants are not seeking to maintain this balcony here. They're actually moving that wall right through there. And then going down here, this shows what was refused. Now, bearing in mind it was on 2 floors, so this here is the sort of 3rd floor, and this is what would have been the 4th floor. This draws a comparison to what is currently being sought. So this over here on the left-hand side is currently being sought. And sorry, just thank you. So I think at this stage, I would please urge members to be mindful that the current approval does not intend to carry out any alterations to the appearance of the building, but what's being proposed is looking to tidy up the brickwork to match those of the surrounding historic buildings, as well as provide some render to the ground floor level. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Ike. Very good presentation. Thank you. Councillor Judith Smyth, please. You had a question to the to Ike at all, please?
Yes, I've got two questions.
Sorry, Chair. There's some deputations to
Oh,
hear
sorry.
first.
Oh,
right,
sorry.
yes.
Sorry.
Apologies for that.
And
Sorry.
I'm presuming after the deputations we'll take the ward member.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Councillor Tom Wood. Yes. Okay. So thank you. Welcome, Councillor Wood. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Could you do the deputations, please? Thank you very much. And Councillor Smyth, if you could put in the speaking rather than the hands up, please. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Ike. Carry on, sir, with the deputations now.
Thank you. I'll just go through deputations.
Yes,
my name
please.
is Anthony Knight, and I am the chair of Fontenoy House Leaseholders Group, and represent the views of 8 leaseholders. The Leaseholders Group has existed for over 15 years. We are a mixed social group with ages that range from mid-30s to 80s. 2 owners are pensioners, and two families with young children under 5 years. 5 are owner-occupiers and 3 rent. 6 have been owners for over 10 years. 2 have been owners for less than 2 years, and their flats are currently up for sale. 1 flat has been empty for almost 3 years because of the building refurbishment indecision. There have been many discussions between between leaseholders and with the planning applicant over the last 4 years. We have always felt that the applicant has been open and consent of leaseholders' views throughout. This was not the case with the 2 previous landlords, Shiplands Estates Limited and Longlow Limited, who were regarded as best as uncooperative and as worse, uncaring and profiteering. As a group, we can trust that the current landlord and planning applicant has always been fully engaged and has disclosed their plans and intentions at every stage of the building redesign and planning process. The proposed development affects each leaseholder differently. Some feel that they have had a loss of privacy. The majority feel that there are no significant losses and only gains. One objects to the addition of an internal lift. Another is grateful as it helps with their disability. Some wait on the decision prior to extending their lease. Despite the various individual views, there is consensus that the proposed design, which includes the entire building uplift, is significantly better than the existing approval for a single extension to support 2 additional flats. There are 3 key points leaseholders consider in making our decision to support the planning application, which I would like to bring to the attention of councillors. They are: the applicant will be the owner-occupier and has strong vested interest. The application addresses the whole building, unlike the existing planning approval. The new building design significantly improves the appearance and quality of Fontenoy House. For the majority of this planning saga, which moved into its 8th year has caused great inconvenience and frustrations. Those that wish to improve their property have felt unable, while the planning intentions have been unresolved. Those that wish to sell feel that they are hindered, whilst there remains doubt about the planning outcome. While the owner of the empty flat also seeks some resolution, leaseholders therefore support the application and individually look to being able to move on with their lives. It is Fontenoy House leaseholders' recommendation that the councillors support and approve this application. I'll move on to the next one.
Yes, please, before
Further,
we move on, Councillor Wood. That's lovely.
Thank you. Further to my email of 11th February and your response of 12th February in respect of the above application, I submit the following deputation for the consideration of the Planning Committee meeting on 23rd February 2021. My objections are the loss of light to the south side of my home, which will be significant throughout the year, and especially in the autumn and winter months, caused by the excessive and overbearing height of the building, which is increased by almost 1 metre, which together with the glass balustrade is approaching the height of the same applicant's two-storey application under 18/01634/FUL, which was refused by PCC and the Planning Inspectorate on inter alia the height of the design. Because of its height and general bulk, the design is incongruous with its setting alongside other properties, listed buildings and the street scene generally, and is not in accordance with the PCC's guidelines for conservation area. This would be clearly apparent when viewed from the east looking towards Grand Parade, and in particular to the Square Tower. According to Old Portsmouth Conservation Area number 4 guidelines for conservation, page 23, extensions. Extensions will be discouraged where they have an adverse effect on the building or townscape. Large roof extensions will be discouraged, particularly at the front, where they would have an adverse effect on the existing building and townscape, or where they would lead to the loss of original roofs and their features. Pages 26(5). New development and redevelopment. The city will oppose the redevelopment of existing old properties unless that development would positively enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. This application is not just a roof extension, it is a redevelopment and should be treated as such and rejected. Thank you for your attention. Ian Wood, yours sincerely. I'll move on to the next one. Proposed comments, Planning Committee 23/2/21. Dear Planning Committee members, we have both lived in Portsmouth since attending the university in 1988. Our two sons attended Priory School and Portsmouth College. Portsmouth is our family home. Fontenoy House will be our forever home. We met the Planning Committee members at our original Planning Committee meeting on 11/9/19, when our plan for the two-storey redevelopment was refused. There is currently approved planning permission for the building of two two-bedroom flats. And then it goes on to the Planning Committee members' comments, where the dark colours and mass of design are unattractive. Now light colours are used. The scheme has one less story and has been designed to further reduce the mass. Fontenoy House is not particularly attractive and could be significantly enhanced. As mentioned below, our scheme looks at improving the building as a whole in every aspect. The current approved planning permission does not consider any of the building except the 2 new roof flats. Minutes. A 1-story extension might be acceptable, but that change is too big to consider for the deferral. So a new application would have to be submitted. This is our new application for a 1-story extension. Recollection. The windows and wall colors are too dark. Windows now changed to white, and the lightest colors ink will be used. We have listened and implemented your suggestions, your suggested changes, and feel that we have improved the look of the building and how it fits in with the surrounding buildings. The benefit of hindsight. Height of this proposal. It is difficult for us to communicate effectively with the planners during the last year due to the COVID restrictions. So we sent an email summarizing the building's height details, but never received an answer. We have summarized the details for you below. Our proposed scheme is 69 millimeters, 2.7 inches higher than the current scheme, not including the near visible frameless glass balustrade at the top of the building. It will be up to 6.23 meters lower than other buildings on the opposite side of Grand Parade, and up to 1.99 meters lower than other buildings in Grand Parade / Battery Row quadrant. Please see attached photo and comparison table for all surrounding buildings. Benefits our scheme will bring over the current approved scheme. The current approved scheme was prepared by a property development company. Its aim is to plonk 2 new 2-bedroom flats on the roof of Fontenoy House. It offers no improvements to the rest of Fontenoy House, a profit-driven scheme. Our proposal looks to improve all of Fontenoy House at our cost, not to the residents. We are doing this because Fontenoy House will be our forever home. The residents of Fontenoy House will be our neighbours. The location of Fontenoy House and the historic importance of this location deserves for the whole building to be improved. We will improve all residents' full facade of the building, all of the windows, doorways in the building, refurbished communal hallways, install a shared lift to the building, secure tired roof, improve the communal yard area, improve an energy efficiency of the building, improve security features and fire safety systems in the building, including extending and refurbishing the fire escape, and also look to add a historic plaque which shows an image of the York and Pier Hotel, Grand Parade Hotel, which stood on the site prior to it being destroyed in 1941. Around 1860, it was a resort for naval captains and known as the 4 o'clock club. 7 of the 8 Fontenoy residents support the scheme. All residents objected to the current approved scheme, and for this reason, we would not consider building the current approved development. Grand Parade, as the name suggests, is the grandest parade in Portsmouth. The amazing balanced architecture entrance to Grand Parade was unfortunately destroyed during the Second World War. It was replaced in the 1950s during a time of austerity by the functional utilitarian building which currently stands on the site. Over time, this building has...
Sorry, Ike, could you just stop there? Nick, you wanted to jump in, did you?
Yeah, so it's just a suggestion, really, because there's still quite a few to go through. I'm happy to finish off you're reading some others, or Ike, if you're happy. I just wondered if you wanted to have a break. That's all.
Yeah, no, that would help. I could just run through to the end of this one.
Okay.
You can carry on, but that'd really help. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, Ike.
Over time, this building has become worn, uncared for, and tattered. We can't bring back those incredible buildings, but we can do our best to improve the appearance and condition of Fontenoy House and this part of the conservation area by slightly increasing the scale and grandeur of the building, more in line with the previous buildings on the site. We hope to make it worthy of its incredible location at the gateway of Grand Parade and hopefully call it home. We hope you are able to approve our planning request. Thank you, Jason and Kate. And they've gone ahead and attached 3 pages to this, but yeah. Thank you. I think, Nick, if you just carry on with the rest of them.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I just want to be sure I haven't not reading out one you've already read out, Ike,
Yeah,
but I think you've done Ian Woodward. So I shall proceed with John Clapham, or has that one been done?
No, I haven't done that one.
Okay, fine. Let me just bring that up. Dear councillors, my principal points of objection are its false description, bulk and size, non-compliance to conservation guidelines, and the future respect to those guidelines. In the Planning Committee report before you, it is stated at paragraphs 2.5 and 6.1 that this application is comparable to the previously approved single-storey applications of 13/00989 and 17/00566. But what is not mentioned is that this new design is some 1 metre higher than those, and together with a glass balustrade to the roof is approaching the height of the applicant's 2-storey application 18/01634, which was roundly refused amongst other points on its height and bulk by the previous planning committee and dismissed by the planning inspectorate on the applicant's subsequent appeal for reasons which were principally related to the site's nearness to a number of Grade 2 listed buildings and to the focal point of the square tower from the High Street, where the island that Fontenoy House is a part of is subservient to the view. This design is again too contemporary, high and bulky with its surroundings in this heritage part of the city. If approved, we will have to live for a very long time to what will turn out to be an eyesore. Please be firm and adhere to the conservation guidelines. And number 4, by refusing this application and not be intimidated by the prospect of being overturned, now problematical, by the planning inspectorate. I thank you for the time in reading, listening to my deputation, Mr. Jonathan Clapham. I'll move on to the next one. This was Richard Blair. I don't believe this one's been read out yet. Dear councillors, may I apologise to the Planning Committee for not realising that this application stems from February-March of last year, when statutory notices were displayed and then COVID-19 set in. I quite understand the applicant's desire for a sea view at the eastern end of the attached plan, and if a 1 metre inside the roof of the flat is needed to achieve this, together with a 1.1 metre glass balustrade balcony on top, so be it. I do not understand why the development requires approximately 23 metres along the top of the existing flat approved to the other end of the western end, and particularly as my plan shows bedrooms on the western end which will have no ordinary view. Why not set back the development at the western end with a balcony and full view of the harbour entrance and out of sight to the townhouses opposite in High Street? I know I have no right to a view, but I accept if the Planning Committee agree to a planning approval in part as suggested on the eastern end, i.e. a 1 metre plus a balcony. Nothing else would be needed if the existing flat area on the western end is cut back. From experience, I go out on my balcony relatively a few times due to the strong winds, etc. Finally, as I said on a previous application, I'm trying to be constructive and not obstructive to get a design sympathetic in this unique heritage area of our city. Thanking you, Richard Blair. I'll proceed, Chair. This one is from Richard Bray. Dear Councillors, in an effort to assist the application of Mr and Mrs Phillips, I would agree in part to a metre-high increase in the roof space. This, at the east end, would allow a view. I see no useful purpose in a glass balustrade at 1100mm all along the top at back and front, which we in Battery Row will have to look at for years to come. Therefore, I totally disagree. Further, the design is far too contemporary as it fails to blend in with the heritage within this conservation area. I thank you for listening to my deputation, Mr. Richard Bray. There's one from Russell Best, which I'll read out. The height and general bulk of the development causes unacceptable loss of light to the south side of my home, affecting all levels throughout the year, but particularly so in autumn and winter. In the Planning Committee report before you, it is stated at paragraphs 2.5 and 6.1 that this application is comparable to the previously approved single-storey applications 13-00989 and 17-00566. This omits that this new design is some 1 metre higher than those, and with glass balustrade to the roof is approaching the height of the applicant's two-storey application 18/01634, which was refused by PCC and the Planning Inspectorate for, among other aspects, the height of that design. The design is incongruous with its setting amongst listed buildings and heritage environment and contravenes PCC guidelines for a conservation area stated in the OPCA number 4 guidelines for conservation, where it says extensions will be discouraged where they would have an adverse effect on existing building or townscape. Large roof extensions will be discouraged, particularly at the front, where they would have an adverse visual effect on the existing building or townscape, or where they would lead to the loss of original roofs or their features. At paragraph 26-5, where it's titled New Development and Redevelopment, it says the City Council will oppose the redevelopment of existing older properties unless the redevelopment would positively enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. The impactful nature of this proposal means that this application is not a roof extension but a redevelopment and should be treated as such and rejected. Russell Best. I do have a feeling possibly that's been read out already, but anyway. Terry Henderson, Ike, has that one been read out? No, sorry, that's a different application. I think we're done, Chair.
Okay, that's good. You sure? Nothing else there?
Councillor Tom
Wood, yes.
Wood.
I'm going to let him have a go in a second. I'm just checking with legal to make sure that how long has Councillor Wood got to talk on this at all? Could she just tell me, please?
It doesn't specify in the current standing order, sir.
Okay, that's fine then. So, Councillor Tom Wood, thank you so much for waiting so long and patiently. And I understand you want to do a deputation, so please go ahead, take as long as you want. Over to you, Councillor Tom Wood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I can see the tiredness in members' faces, so I will be very brief. Conservation in this area of outstanding seascapes and views is something that is always open to interpretation, but we should have a level playing field for all residents to maintain and conserve the status quo. And I think what this application could do is instigate a race to the sky initiated by this application. This area's built skyline is a little bit like a football terrace or arena where everyone has got a view and can see the pitch, but effectively this application would be the people in the front row standing on raised boxes that is bound to block the views of those behind it, impact the status quo, and lead to an ever increasingly higher applications being put forward as people try and one up the previous application and get a higher building with a better view. It'll become a free-for-all if a precedent is set. So every centimetre gained or lessened in height is important. And local residents, understandably, are very passionate and have fought hard to ensure that what has previously been agreed doesn't get chipped away at. This application is mostly going to impact the high street properties opposite. Currently, they're basically at the same height, and many of the flats in Grand Parade opposite will be impacted by the increased bulk of just for a single planning application. The planning application also pushes the boundaries of what we've already agreed in 2017, as you've heard. A permission was granted for a single story 2 flat, which, you know, would have been absolutely fine. And then in 2020, this came back again, and the planning committee rejected, and it was rejected by the planning committee and rejected again on appeal. So we've been over this a lot, but understandably, the residents are sensitive to even a small increase in height. Clearly, the acceptance and rejection of the previous planning applications had a large part to do with the bulk of this building. So many residents would disagree with what it says in the report, that the current 0.5 metre allowance will not have a material impact. I usually talk to the planning committee about HMOs, and I often make the argument that in planning law, it seems to be you can do anything as long as you only do it one step at a time. And I feel that we've really litigated over and over on this site many times and have reached an acceptable compromise. And now we're being asked once again to make it just half a metre bigger. But when will this actually end? So the excuse me, I've completely lost my place. I think it's also, as residents have commented better than I could, the design is incongruous with its setting among the listed buildings, and it seems to contravene PCC's own guidelines for the conservation area. So we'd ask you to reject it in favour of the permission that has already been granted and seems to be a fair compromise for all the local residents impacted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tom Wood, for that. No more deputations, I take it, before we move on. No, that's it. Nick, did you want to say something? You came in at 1724. Have you said everything before I go over to Councillor Judith Smythe for questions?
No, I've got nothing further to add for now, Councillor. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Judith Smythe, then questions, please. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 fairly simple questions.
Lovely.
First of all, did town planners, did the officers ask the applicants whether they'd be willing to go back to the same footprint as the 2 flats that have got permission? And certainly that obviously would make a much larger single flat, and they would also have room for a balcony in the front. Was that question asked? I think it was the point also made by Richard Blair in his comments. So it was the same size building as before, but with only one dwelling in it, which obviously would require planning permission. Second of all,
I think it'd be good. Sorry, Councillor, can I interrupt? I think it'd be good if we take one question at a time, and then we don't forget what you said. Sorry, can we answer that one first of all, Nick or Ike, please?
Yeah, Ike, please.
Yes, Ike, please.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't recall that conversation was had with them. I recently, but as far as I know, that conversation, I haven't seen any documentation to show that conversation was had.
So
okay, thank you.
So it would be possible to defer, to go back and say we have no problem with one flat on the same footprint. We'd have to defer to do so.
Ike.
Thank you, Councillor. It is a possibility to go back and speak to them on that basis, but I mean, obviously, I'll need to check that with my superiors.
Okay.
Before the next question, sorry, before I come back to you, Councillor, just got Nick wanting to jump in quickly. Nick,
just to thank you, Chair. Just to clarify something, following Councillor Smythe's comments.
Yes.
The application is for 1 2-bedroom apartment, so it's for one flat.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that. But your
I know
comment,
that, but it
yeah,
would have to be the application that has permission is for 2 flats.
yes, yeah, and just to say that we could certainly defer on that basis potentially to have those conversations. Yeah.
Okay. The second thing I wanted to say is there seems to be the second question is there seems to be 2 or 3 different versions of how high the current planning application is going to be in relation to the approved permission. Can we have a definitive answer on the height, including the balustrade, of the height difference between the applicant and this application and the approved plans for 2 flats?
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. I'll just get that up for you on the slides.
And while you're doing that, perhaps the third question, if you're happy, Chair. The third
Yes, of course.
question is, would they need planning permission for the external rendering on the ground floor and the other improvements to the existing building? Because I'm not sure if they would, because whether they would because it's a conservation area, I'm not sure.
Over to you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Just to answer that quick question, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, I think in our opinion it would need permission. It would have a material effect on the external appearance of the building, and particularly given that it's in a conservation area. So in isolation, those changes would need permission, in my opinion.
Okay, yes, I thought that too, but I wanted to check. Thank you.
That's good. So that's the third one answered. We just got one more question to answer.
We've had all sorts of figures mentioned for the height.
Right, yes. Okay, so in terms of what has actually been approved, I believe it's from this point here to because the property, what's been approved, has a bay feature which is slightly higher than the rest of the flat roof. So I believe right to the top of that feature is 3.1 meters.
It's only for that little tiny bit, though, isn't it?
Correct.
So the general height of it.
Up to that point there is about 2.7 meters.
Okay. And what about the new development?
In terms of the new development, we're looking at about 3.1 meters, including
the balustrade.
Including the balustrade, that takes it up to 4.1 meters.
4.1 meters. That's the significant thing then. Okay.
Correct.
I'll come back in comments, but I.
Okay, Councillor, if you feel you want to ask another question in a minute, please feel free. That's what it's about. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. You were next.
Thank you. I've got a question about windows, and actually the slide that's on show now rather neatly illustrates it. So the refused application had or appeared to have darkened windows and dark frames, which gave the whole building a bit of an office block appearance to it. So the proposal we have now shows white windows, which is an improvement. Reading through the planning conditions, I just want to check on the conditions really, because the way I read the conditions is if they actually change those to the windows of the refused scheme, they could probably do it. So are we tied down enough in the planning conditions in that regard, in the appearance of the windows?
Ike, good question.
Thank you, Councillor. I think that one of the conditions actually talks about the appearance, the plans. It approves those plans. So in that respect, we are tied down to what's actually shown on those plans, and these CGI images form part of the planning documents. So in that respect, it will be tied down to what's actually been submitted as approved plans.
Nick wants to jump in quickly. Nick, before I go over back to Councillor Stubbs. Nick?
Yes, just to add to what Ike has said, condition 3 would require details of the types and colours of external materials. So I think that we could rely on that to secure details on the fenestration as well. If you wish, we can amplify that wording should councillors consider that would be preferable.
Thank you very much, Nick. Councillor Luke Stubbs, do you want to come back in for another question at all? Or
well, only just to wrap up on that one, really, which is that if the condition 3 on materials extends sufficiently far as to cover windows, and that covers that part of that covers that issue off, I think.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chris Atwell, please. Question to the officer, Ike, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a question, but I've been informed that there is a deputation that hasn't been read out.
Oh, okay.
Brought to my attention. So.
Ike, could you have a look at that?
I'll just have a look at that.
Do you know who it's from, Councillor Atwell?
I do. It's the Friends of Old Portsmouth.
Friends of Old Portsmouth. Sorry about that. Nick, do you want to come in?
Yes, I'm trying to locate this one on the drive. Struggling to find it. We've got agent. We've got two. Yeah, we've got the agent one. That's been read out. Yeah, we're struggling to locate it at the moment on the drive. If anybody is able to forward that, we'll continue to look. Bear with us, please.
This could be a reason to defer and then ask for them to change.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that if we can't find it, then I think we should defer it. I'm not sure what members feel. Because one could argue that it didn't come in, or that's my concern. Do you know when it was sent, Councillor Atwell, at all? When they originally sent it in?
No, I don't, Chair. I just had a message to say it hasn't been read out.
Well, I'll give them a couple more. Sorry, Juliet, you wanted to come in?
No, I just wondered, did the Friends of Old Portsmouth object to the application in the first place?
Would that make a difference then, Juliet? Because obviously for me, everybody has to be listened for or against, or am I wrong for thinking that?
In order to make a deputation, you need to either have objected or supported to the application and requested that you can make a deputation. Those that have objected or supported you haven't made a deputation will also be written to, as well as those that have made an objection and a request to make a deputation. So those are the people that can make deputations. So I just wanted to check that they were.
I think they're saying they did.
Right. Would you say, is that correct, Chris? What would you, Councillor Atwell, sorry.
Yeah, that's my understanding. They have made a deputation.
They have made a deputation.
Chair, for some reason, it's not saved where it should be, in the drive with all the other deputations. If anybody is able or in contact with the party concerned, if they would be able to forward that, or can we have it read out?
Sorry, Councillor Smythe, you wanted to come in?
I imagine that officers would have to look at it beforehand and take it into account in their considerations. And second of all, you'd need some proof that it had been sent in order for us to do it. But we can't go on and make a decision whilst this doubt hangs over it. And I would suggest that we and propose that we do defer it for that reason, because people may not have been heard in the proper order. And second of all, that we ask officers to go back and really try something on the same footprint as was approved before, and not an inch higher.
Thank you. Councillor Donna Jones, what's your feeling?
Thank you, Chair. I think the case officer should be able to confirm whether or not the Friends of Old Portsmouth put their deputation in time. I don't think we can make a deferral unless we've got confirmation from the case officer, or certainly someone in planning that would know if the deputation was made. Just because Friends of Old Portsmouth have made a statement, they may well have submitted that, you know, a day late, for example. So we have to make sure we're abiding by the rules of debate here in the process. And if they did submit it in time and it's not available today, then I completely agree with Councillor Judith Smythe. It would be, you know, almost legal, is that the right word, for us to go ahead and grant that without them being given their right. But I also don't think that it's our right as planning committee members today to be saying that if we reject this, you know, our planning officer should be going back to tell the applicant that they need to make a different application. We've got to judge the application on what's here before us today. It's not for us to sort of tell people what they should and shouldn't be doing in that respect as committee members. So
yeah, good valid points, Councillor Donna Jones, I must say. Nick, what's your view on those couple of things that Councillor Jones said?
Chair, just to
I'm going to go to Councillor Hunt then.
Yes, there was an objection received from the Friends of Old Portsmouth, which is dated, was retrieved on the 12th of March last year. So the objection was received, but I'm not in sight of any formal deputation request.
Councillor Lee Hunt, did you want to say something here before we start to wrap it up?
Oh, sorry, Chair, could I just say, they do say at the end of the objection, if this application is to be considered by Planning Committee, I would like to speak.
Yeah. Ezzy, sorry, before I get to Councillor... sorry, Councillor Hunt, before I get to you, can I just go to...
Straightforward, and they've been given the opportunity in the same way as happened over at Forest Lodge, and I suspect that it probably is better to be cautious and to defer to the next cycle of the committee. I don't think the application will go away.
Okay, members, I think that's what I'm going to do here. Unless we can find it. If we can't find it, Nick, then I think I'm going to have to put it to the vote from Councillor Judith Smythe to defer this, and seconded by Councillor Donna Jones. Hang
on, before we do that, Chair, sorry, again, through you to the case officer, when someone objects during that formal 28-day consultation period, and as someone, I think Nick's just said, they put on the end of their formal objection that came in during that period, if this goes to committee, I wish to make a deputation, I wish to speak on it. That doesn't necessarily mean they have to take that up several months later when it does come to committee. So what normally would then happen, I think, please correct me, Eze or someone here, is that when we then get the papers ready for committee, the case officer then goes back through all the objections and offers those people the right to then come and make a deputation if they want to. Now, maybe the Friends of Old Portsmouth received that notification and decided they didn't wish to then make an actual verbal deputation today because they'd already put something in writing previously. So I do think before we make a formal deferral, because don't forget, if we defer today and that's not lawful, the applicant can actually then take a cost order as well. So I think we need to get some advice from officers here to clarify, one, were the Friends of Old Portsmouth written to 2-3 weeks ago when the committee date was set and this item was put onto the agenda, offering them to make a deputation? And if so, you know, can they clarify what date we wrote to the Friends of Old Portsmouth offering them to make a deputation? Because if the Friends of Old Portsmouth exercise their right not to respond, then we don't have an issue. I've got no issue with deferring as long as we make sure we're doing it in the right way, basically.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Jones, for your judgment there, and for your steer. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Councillor Terry Norton, you wanted to come in with the and then I'm going to let the officers sum up here with what we've heard and where we go from here. Councillor Norton, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. No, again, no issue with deferring, but perhaps we could put something in there that suggests that we, you know, if it is deferred, that we don't spend another hour listening to deputations and all of these sort of things. You know, we can just put some statement in there saying that we're picking up where we left off. It would seem a shame to waste an hour on a procedural issue.
Good point, Councillor. I'm not sure we can do that. Yes, I was just going to come to you, Juliet, please.
Chair, it would be a new consideration, so unfortunately we would need to go through everything again.
Sorry, Councillor Norton, we haven't got much choice if we defer it. Sorry, that's what legal's saying to us.
Good try, Jerry.
The chair. Sorry,
Juliet,
Chair.
sorry.
You do have discretion to take the deputations as read. I understand it under Standing Order 24. Do you want me to just check that for you?
Yes, please. Just check that as well and throw that in the pot as well. Who have we got? Councillor Luke Stubbs. Is that Luke Stubbs? Did you want to say something?
Only one thing really, which is the agenda for the next planning committee is already published. So that is in, it looked to me like it was a bit more than 2 weeks' time. I couldn't be bothered to count, quite honestly. But it's published in any event. So is it too late to make an addendum to that agenda? Because if this is a deferral, I mean, can we do that? Or is it going to have to go further after that?
Nick, I think it's going to be Nick and Juliet to sum up here what our choices here, where we are. Nick or Ezzy?
Yes, Councillor. I think it would have to be the end of March planning committee, not the extraordinary planning committee we have for the 9th of March, because today it's end of the working day lawfully. So it's 5 p.m. It's gone past, and so we can't lawfully, I don't believe, publish that and expect us to meet it within our standing rules. And I'm just asking for the case officer to just quickly check the records to make sure that we at least got in touch with them and sought them to put in their representations to members. If I can just have about 5 minutes, and then myself will go through and see what we have on our records for that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Do you want us to break for 5 minutes then? Is that the...
Well, just a reminder that the Liberal Democrat members, we've got a very important meeting this evening.
Sorry, Councillor. What time does it start, Councillor Hunt?
6.
Right. Okay. We try and be as quick as we can. I do apologise. So, I mean, it's just coming up to 6 o'clock now. Should we meet back?
We'll still be if the Lib Dems have to go. I think there'll still be 4, 5 of us, I think, won't there?
Yeah.
I'm happy to wait.
Sorry?
I'm happy to wait, but I do.
Yeah, I think the more we're talking, the longer it's going to take. So let's break off now. It's 6 o'clock. 5 minutes, is that what you're saying?
Chair,
Councillor,
sorry, legal's talking to us. Juliet, sorry.
Do you just want me to come back on that point of whether they can be taken to it? Further represent understanding order 24D, it says that at the discretion of the committee they can be read out. So obviously if you want to take those ones as read next time and then just hear the Friends of Old Portsmouth, that is at the discretion of the committee.
Well, that will please Councillor Terry Norton. Thank you, Juliet, for that. Do I need to vote on that at the moment, or just let anybody shout if need be?
I thought we were having a
yeah, going to have 5 minutes break now, if that's okay.
We're in the middle of an item.
Yeah. So can we break off for 5 minutes?
No, I think we should continue and finish the items.
Juliet, this is to allow the officers to go and look for the deputation, basically. I think.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Yeah. So if everybody can just sort of be around, we give it 5 minutes. 6:05. Just put the card up for 5, 6 minutes.
I'll do that now, Chair.
Thank you very much. And remind members, please, to mute your microphones. 5 minutes break, members. Thank you. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Councillor Fuller. I've removed the adjournment sheet.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Right. So it's 6 minutes past. Ezzy, any news? Or
unfortunately, Councillor, Chair, sorry, I can't find the name of this association on the on our list of deputation. I have names of several other people, so I've just wondered if if we put the name of the author down rather than the name of the organisation or association, as the case might be. So I'm just wondered if Councillor Atwell could assist me with possibly the name of the.
I've got Councillor Atwell wanting to talk. So Councillor Atwell, please.
Chair, I've got an email. It's Graham Swinburne.
We've got
the 11th of Feb.
Yeah, we got the name of Graham Swinburne as an objector, which is a deputation, but we haven't got his name as contributing.
Okay. Councillor Donna Jones, what did you want to say on this?
So I think the really key thing here, before we can decide what to do next, is to check then if Graham Swinburne was offered to make a deputation, and did he either say yes and it hasn't been included, in which case it's a human error and we need to defer, or was he offered but then didn't decide to take it up? I think that's the real material point here.
Yeah,
good point, Councillor. Ezzy?
I agree with you, councillors. The name is on the list as having a letter having gone out, but we hadn't received anything back from them. That's my understanding from looking at the list. So Graham Swinburne is there as objecting, but we didn't see them.
Councillor Atwell, did you want to add anything to that at all? No. Okay. So where are we?
He's been given the opportunity then, and he hasn't taken up the opportunity to make the deputation. So unless Councillor Atwell can confirm that he understands that Graham had made a request to speak today, or to have something read out, then I think we should proceed, because it may be that Graham Swinburne decided not to make deputation, bearing in mind he made one when Fontenoy House came forward previously, maybe.
Councillor Atwell, any?
Yeah, well, yeah, what Councillor Jones said, really. I mean, Graham Swinburne is the planning rep for Friends of Old Portsmouth, so whether he assumed his email, was their representation to give a deputation, I don't know.
Okay, so Councillor Donna Jones.
Sorry, Chairman.
Yes.
I completely understand with what Mr. Swinburne was probably thinking, but because he made a formal objection during the formal 28-day consultation process doesn't mean therefore that he's making a deputation at the actual committee. So I think we have to proceed, and I think it would be unfair on the applicants actually not to do so, and I think we could be open to challenge, if I'm honest.
Very nice, thank you. Legal, Juliet, do you think we've got enough there to carry on with?
Yeah, I think, a letter's been sent out asking if they wish to make a deputation, and nothing has returned, so I think we should continue. I'm not sure how this issue came around, but members should really not be looking at emails during the committee. So if people are being lobbied, if members are being lobbied in the meeting, they really should not be looking at those emails. I think it's causing a bit of confusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Councillor Atwell, you were shaking your head there.
I wasn't being lobbied.
No, okay.
On that point, could I see the standing order at some point, Juliet, that says that?
Okay.
Yeah, I will send the standing order round to you all after the meeting, so you can see what it says on deputations. But there's a clear process, and it sounds like we've followed that process.
Thank you, Juliet. Ezzy, you wanted to come in?
Yes, Councillor. I've just spoken with the officer that sends out the request for contributors to put deputation, and he just confirmed to me that there was he had received from Graham Swinburne, but that's probably not been captured by the officer. So that's just an update I just received. I've been off the phone with him just now.
So sorry, Hunt.
Sorry. So the officers haven't captured the need to write to Mr. Swinburne. Is that correct, Desi?
No, it was written to him. He had sent in his request to speak, where basically it's for a written representations to be read out to members, but that's not been picked up by the officer.
So the council's made a mistake.
The council, yeah, the officers made a mistake, but the council, yes.
No, that's sorted there. Now I think we can get on now.
Yeah, everybody happy? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay then. So we'll carry on then, if everyone's happy with that, unless Juliet comes in with something and she's kept quiet there. Ezzy, yes?
We have not read out his statement because we've not picked that up. So I would urge members to defer. Yes.
So we're going to defer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
On the table, Chair.
Okay, that's it then. So let's get on with it. So the proposal is to defer from Councillor Judith Smythe, seconded by Councillor Donna Jones. Can I just ask that I'll say that we do that unless anybody puts themselves forward?
Sorry, what have I seconded?
You wanted to defer?
I don't think you did.
No, I didn't. I did.
Sorry,
thank you for all. I will second it.
All right.
Yeah, it's academic, but yeah.
It's getting late, members. So what are we voting on now, Julie? Are we going to defer it or carry on?
I understand that members wish to defer the application due to the issue with the deputations.
Right. Is everybody happy with that then? Yes? Right. That's what we agree.
Yes.
Is that okay then, Juliet? Is that okay?
Yes, I'm happy with that.
You're happy with that? Okay.
I'm content, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we want you to be content, Juliet. Thank you very much, members. Well, I think that's it, isn't it, for tonight? I think that's it. So, sorry.
We just need to take the vote, Chair.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did. That's why I said, have I got a proposer and seconder before? And then I got told off for it. So I don't need a proposer and seconder, do I, with this? We just put our hands up. What? Yes. All right.
Yes,
so you're going to propose it then?
Yeah, we can't put hands up, unfortunately. That's
all right, yeah, okay. All right, I have to go back to me. Okay, I'll go back to me script. So, okay, that's what's on the table to defer. Okay, so I'm going to go through every member now and check if they're happy for us to defer. Okay. Councillor Judith,
Chair, may I interrupt?
Yes.
Sorry to be rude. Who was it that seconded the proposal to defer?
Councillor Hunt.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. So we're on to deferring. Councillor Judith Smythe, deferring, yes or no?
Defer, yes.
Defer, yes. Okay. Councillor Matthew Atkinson, defer, yes or no?
Yes, defer.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell, defer, yes or no?
4 yes.
Councillor Lee Hunt, defer, yes or no?
Yes.
Donna Jones, defer, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Terry Norton, defer, yes or no?
With regret, yes.
Okay. Councillor Luke Stubbs, defer, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And myself, defer, yes or no? Yes. So I think that's unanimous, members. Okay, then. So at least we can move on with that. So I think that's it, members, for tonight. Can I thank all members? Can I also thank the officers as well, and for your help this afternoon and support. Sorry, it's been a little bit mixed bag this afternoon, but it's been very interesting. But thank you all very much, and I look forward to seeing you at the next planning committee. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. God bless. Take care.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, Chair.
Thank you. We just wait for the live stream to cut us off. Yeah, I think we're there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm sorry it's been a bit hectic.